See how many people are out there listening today. Who's that? Is that you, Roo? No, it's not. It's Turtle and Rabbit. It's Turtle, welcome. How are you doing? I said to Mrs. Viking, I'll probably put a live and IRL out today just to see what's going on. Getting there. It's I've got some new medication at the minute. Trying to control this whole dizziness that's going on. They say it's stress related, which is understandable. We have a 100-mile-an-hour life, and work's always absolutely carnage. Do you know what I mean? So it's not surprising. And to be honest with you, it's probably a lot to do with myself as well, because obviously I probably don't drink enough water, like Mrs. Viking keeps pointing out. And self-care, really, I think, because you're that much in the motion of trying to I say achieve your goal. It's not you're working for your family. Do you know what I mean? And in the process of that, you do forget a lot of shit. And one of them things is taking care of yourself. And with age as well, that's kind of bit of an eye opener this year, if I'm honest. And like Mrs. Viking pointed out, like this year alone, I've been ill twice where I've had to take time off work. So it's kind of understanding that eye-opening experience now that I need to start doing a little bit more. Yeah, no, it does. It's crap. It's one of them things. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I've had an accident in one of my machines at work, or I've fallen off something, or I've been doing a sport and I've broken an arm or a leg or something. This is kind of like neurological. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's all to do with up here. And again, with myself, I always find it's something that's out of my control. I can't control this. Do you know what I mean? So it's a bit guff, to be honest. I think the tablets are doing something, but like the doctor said, with this kind of condition, vertigo, it's called. You're it can last days, it can last weeks. He even said, it can last years, which fucking God help us, we don't want that crap. Yeah, Luke, hey, welcome. So yeah, so at the minute, like I say, when you're still, it's okay. It's a weird condition. It's one of the weirdest conditions. The way I sort of described it to a couple of people that I know, like Brother Smurder, and he knows what I'm talking about by the sound of things. Yeah, it's guff. Like I say, it's always it's early starts, late finishes, and then some weeks it's normal hours, and with everything going on in life, and I love Ronaldo. Well, I don't. I did, but welcome, Mr. Ronaldo CR7. Hi. But yeah, it's at the point now, kind of like you're really having to think about taking care of yourself, your mental well-being, and what dietary needs and all that kind of stuff. When you get to a certain age, it takes this to kind of make you sort of realize you've got to sort your shit out. You've really got to start taking care of yourself. Otherwise this kind of crap happens. But yeah, the only way I can describe it, yeah, Brother Tarbo, welcome, man, welcome. Just thought I'd put a live out just to see who's out there in the big wide world. No, I don't play golf. I'm 42, by the way. I'm not, golf's never been something that I don't see the point in it. And there's a lot of people out there that probably play golf that might see this. And I apologise, I do, seriously. Because you guys love it. But, it's, I don't get it. I don't see the fascination of smacking a ball, a few hundred yards down a green and then walking after it and trying to find it, kind of thing. So, yeah, just like I say, it's on my speed level of things at the minute. Like I say, the gaming, I'm gonna see on Thursday. I'll give it a try. But like last week, you know, I tried doing I did a couple of hours with the COD-M, and obviously I finished up with the Farlight game. But my eyes were hurting. I was really struggling at the end of it. Um, so I thought I'd do an IRL because, like I say, I'm only sat here. But yeah, like I say, the sort of side effects of this condition, you know, it's the only way I could describe it in the beginning was kind of like if you've ever been drunk, and I mean like seriously drunk, you know, and you got that wobble on, and you know, if you've gone to bed and you lay down, you know, you get that room spin, that really really bad room spin. It's like that. It's like being the worst case of drunk you've ever been, but sober, and it's bloody awful. It really is. You know what I mean? It's not even like you can say, "Oh yeah, I feel like this because I had a real bad heavy night on the drink last night." It's cups of tea and water. Where you know I should be drinking more water to try and combat this, but you know, like Mrs. VK was saying, you know, she thinks it's been like a combination of a lot of things. You know, it's the hot weather, and you know, we had a couple of busy weeks and certain stuff and stressing and all that kind of stuff. Like I say, it's not too bad when I'm sat still. Um, I think the tablets are starting to do something because the levels of spin aren't as bad when I get up and move around. You get what I mean? Um, but like first thing on the morning, I'll wake up, and then when you sit up straight away in bed, it's like everything just like spins again. Do you know what I mean? Because I've been still all night, and then I wake up, and then that happens, kind of thing. But it's almost again like if I move too fast, it's almost like my body's moved and stopped, but then everything else, like mentally, is catching up. It's like a 5 second delay. It's bizarre, honestly, it really is. So kind of hoping that this is the tablets are going to do the thing. Do you know what I mean? Do what they're supposed to do, and pass this whatever this is, and you know, it basically fuck off, because it's potentially a massive issue to my, you know, not just my normal life but my working life as well. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously I work in the air, up high in machines, which obviously I can't do at the minute, and at the minute as well, until these tablets kick in, you know, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, to be fair. But if it was a permanent thing, you know, it would be life changing, life changing. You know, because obviously I'd have to think about new careers, you know, new job titles, and all that kind of shit. So we're hoping it's going to do its thing and just pass. But yeah, I'll see how I feel on Thursday. See how the gaming things are. Appreciate it, Turtle. I do appreciate it. But like I say, it's been a minute since I've done any kind of live streams or, you know, other stuff. So I thought I'd just see what's going on out there and come say hello. Yeah, it massively does. It massively does, Turbo. You know the crack. And the thing is, I love doing what I do. Obviously, you know yourselves, guys. With every job, it has its issues, whatever that may be, whether it be within the company, within the sites, within you know, the drives, within it all has its problems. But you know, um, most of the time I enjoy doing what I'm doing. So yeah, so I'm at the minute kind of now just sat chilling, and like I say, for someone who works 6 days a week round the clock most weeks, you know, it's kind of a tough pill to swallow, to you know, sit and do nothing. And my glasses as well, guys. You know, I've been getting told off by Mrs. Viking, you know, left, right, and centre for, you know, you should drink more water. You know, you should be wearing your bloody glasses. And I know, and she's right. She's right. And you know, I do know this, but it's not something you think about. You kind of get, you know, you kind of think you're indestructible. And then when something does happen, it's one of them things that it kind of it knocks you on your ass. It's not just going to be a couple of days off sick or a headache. It's something. They are what they call them. That it's wake up calls that you need to sort your fucking shit out and get your health back up. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, so we've got chamomile teas, um, and tablets and some of the weird and wonderful stuff that I'm trying to sort of get this stuff to pass by, and hopefully it'll just go, and you know, because that's the last thing I need. Um, Tabo says I've been through this before. I know what you're going through. How long did yours last, Tabo? Like your sort of stint of time of having this. Was it a long time, or was it like a week, or a couple of days, or? See, I would normally feel like this after heavy night on the drink, and then think, oh yeah, it'll just pass. But I think realization came in when I was at work. It would be now Thursday, Friday last week. Oh, Tabo, don't say that, brother. Jesus wept. Bumbleclack, yeah. No. That is absolute cock. That is absolute thunder crickets. A year, that's really bad. And what was that? What was that sop leaf tea or something you said? Is that what you used all the time, or did you have any other weird concoctions that you had to go with? Takes a while to get rid of. Yeah, it's absolute shit. But I mean, like I say, I think it might have been the Wednesday or the Thursday. Yeah, because I went to the doctors on the Friday. So between the Wednesday and the Thursday I think was it last week. I can't even fucking remember. Because I never take time off. It feels like I've been off for ages, and it's bloody shit. It really is. When I was actually at the job, I wasn't operating the machinery, but the other guys were, and like I say, you guys know that I hang safety nets generally when I'm in good health. But on these nets, we have a tag with like the number, the serial numbers, the dates that were tested, all that kind of thing, and that gets wrote down on a form, which the client gets a copy, our office gets a copy. But I was even just leaning down to see the numbers and write the nets. You know what I mean? Write the numbers down for these nets. Whenever I leant down, it was almost like you could feel yourself going. You know what I mean? Just no control, no motor controls over what's actually happening, and it's bizarre. Sour sap leaves. That's what. Yeah, you mentioned that the other day. I looked them up actually. You can actually buy the tea bags with them already in, or does it have to be like the kind of herbal raw version of leaves and just strain them? I wasn't too sure. I was meant to get on and ask you. I mean, I've like I say, I've kind of when you have come online. Don't think bad of me for doing this, by the way. Obviously, Tabo, you stream 12 days a week. Do you know what I mean? Round the clock, and whenever you do come on, I do sort of drop into the stream. I do hit the like button, as we all do, but I don't stay too long because, like I say, it's just your eyes boggle trying to keep up with everything. So I sort of watch for a couple of minutes and drop a like and that, but just waiting for that shit to stop. The raw leaves are way better to pick. I don't know if we'd have them kind of leaves growing in our country, but I think we can actually buy them. I have seen them online. You can buy like bags of them. But it's I wasn't sure. Like I say, I was meant to drop in and ask the question, but obviously I know you're busy and your microphone's playing up, so you don't really talk much here and there through your games, or well, as best you can till you have to switch them off. But that was one thing I was meant to ask. Was it is like the bags better or the leaves, the raw leaves themselves? Just stewing in boiling water. I'm assuming. Yeah, well, that was when we were first looking up the symptoms of the issue. You know, stress, anxiety. It's one of the massive problems that cause this, and also with the condition going on, and you get a dizzy spell, it can cause anxiety and all that at the same time. So it actually makes it worse.
To the drink. Before I go.
Yeah, please, mate.
Yeah.
Tea would be beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's the worst thing about it. Do you know what I mean? It's for instance, like you know, I got you guys know because you know I've injured my shoulder. It's quite some months ago now. My rotor cuff and my left shoulder, so I was obviously having physio for that. And doing the exercises each time I go. Now I know they're just trying to keep the mobility going and you know the movement of the arm and stuff. But obviously with the job that I do, it's quite heavy going. You get me? So I'm kind of in the state of mind at that point where it's like just put me through for a scan so we can see exactly what's wrong, and at least that way we can work on a regime, if you like, of certain weightlifting or stretches to repair or you know, refine down and get the problem sorted. Um, oh, really? Oh, can't do now. It's shit. Um, but yeah, if I know what the issue is, and I know there's, right, that's the problem. This is what you need to do to work on it. Great, fuck me. I will do that round the clock to make sure it gets better. Um, but I've recently just, I say recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, got a lesson. My scans next month, but it's the not knowing in between of what's going on. Do you know what I mean? So you can't really do anything in the meantime to repair it or start to repair it because potentially that could actually make it fucking worse. Um, yeah, okay, I'll give that a go. The doctor is in the house. Tabo, you're a fucking legend. Oh, excuse me a sec. Pull my bottoms up. But yeah, so that's the whole thing. Like I say, they can't give you a time frame, and they can't give you other things of what can actually help. You just kind of don't know. GTA, are we talking Grand Theft Auto there? Is that what you're on about, or? Yeah, I used to play a Grand Theft Auto. Like I say, I haven't played console games for a long time. Everything I kind of do now is on the mobile, so it's the COD M, the Farlight. I've actually got the Minecraft game downloaded and sorted out now because obviously me and Smurder like to. Well, Smurder plays it. I like to comment. I like to do like a running commentary of certain stuff throughout the game that we have a good giggle at. Yeah, yeah. Probably should have maybe specified that Tabo's not a real doctor, but he's got wise ways and experience. Yeah. Turn that down a bit. I don't know if you can hear that TV. Is it too loud? So yeah, so that's kind of like the thing at the minute. It's a whole. Which part? I live in North Yorkshire. I live in North Yorkshire, the north of England. Yeah, and that's we just don't have that. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, because we're not a tropical bloody country, which is a shame. I do believe, like I say, when you think back to the times years ago, you know, like centuries ago, when people used to live off. Have I been to Nottingham? I have been to Nottingham before. Got a funny story about Nottingham. Um, But yeah, it's you know years ago when the people used to live off the land and stuff like that, and the tree bark medicines and how and nowadays with it you would think with the technology and the everything we have where that's concerned, you think they'd be able to cure everything with a pill, you would. But that being said, if they did that, who would be able to afford it? Because someone would want to be getting fat and rich off it. Um, So yeah, it would literally just be the rich and famous once again. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it was. Yeah, but yeah, Nottingham. I've been there once or twice. I've passed through with work and sort of going around and what have you. But when I worked for a car garage, car dealership that's in our area a few years ago. Yeah, I get you, brother Tarbo. I get you, but like I say, and I know you, Tarbo. Yeah, like I've known you for a period of time now. Obviously, you are like family. Like you're a brother. Um, so when you write stuff and the way you talk in chat, when the chat and what you're writing takes a turn, and you start typing slightly different, I get the fact that you're trying to protect something and trying not to be a certain way. So I do get that, brother. I do. So I understand. Um, oh, what's going on here? What's this? Um, so yeah, I get that. But like I say, mine are slowly climbing. I mean, thing is, I haven't done no streams recently, proper streams, while I've sort of been off ill-ish with all this shit that's going on. All right, matey. See you later, buddy. Have a good day. Um, so where was I? Yeah, so I haven't really been doing some streams, but I've noticed my subs are going up slowly. Do you know what I mean? I'm at 208 now, which is great. But the annoying thing was, I tried to get out on Saturday gone with the kids because there was like a little sort of village fete thing going on down in the village close by to where we live. And I'll put the post up because I had to walk around trying to get some fresh air. It was all right, slow going. I had to take my time and that, but they had like vintage cars there, old vintage cars and lorries and tractors and stuff. They had some American muscle there as well. I think they had a Charger. There was some kind of Charger there that was quite a sexy little number. Um, but yeah, you'll be getting ready to stream soon, Tarbo. Yeah, you'll be getting your like anyone who's still in here that check out Tarbo Gaming, Tarbo744 Gaming. He streams round the clock, 7 days a week. His gameplay is phenomenal, and his chat is even funnier. Like seriously, guys, drop into him. Yeah, no, that's all good, my brother Tarbo. All good, all good, all good. I'll probably hijack one of the kids' phones in a bit, and I'll drop in and say hey. But always, brother, you know what I mean. But yeah, guys, check out Tarbo Gaming. Honestly, he's an absolute legend streamer. Legend streamer. But yeah, yeah, it was with the time that I went to the time that I went to Nottingham. I was working for the car dealership up in our area, and a customer had come from Nottingham to buy they bought I think it was a Mazda RX. Was it the RX-8? Yeah, I think it was the RX-8. The rotary engine vehicle. Anyway, they've got the car absolutely fine, and then I think it was about a week or two later, we got a phone call saying, it's having some issues, and we were like, right, okay, not a problem. What we'll do is we'll send a courtesy car down. Hey, welcome, Annie Bay, Miss Annie Bay. So, how are you doing? How are you doing? So yeah, I said, oh, I'll go down. I'll take a courtesy car down for the lad, and I'll bring the other car back up. So um, we'd gone down quite late, and the problem that the car was having, and I don't know how much you know about rotary engines or cars or something, but it wasn't a standard. It kind of works on a figure of eight, and with inside the engine, it's almost like a triangle with round shapes with carbine. I think the carbine tips on each corner, and as it goes round, it hits the spark plugs or whatever it is. But what happens with them tips? And don't get me wrong, the RX-8 was a bloody good car. Instantaneous, the power was phenomenal, but them tips wear down. And what happens is when the tips wear down and the engine's warm, obviously it expands. The tips aren't touching what's happening, so you kind of when it's running, it's fine. But when you switch the engine off, for instance, you can't restart it because nothing's firing, nothing's touching. These tips aren't touching where they're supposed to. So anyway, we went down. I went down with a courtesy car, and I picked this car up, and we had to bump start it to get it going. And but I'd never been to Nottingham before at this point back then, and you guys have trams, and I ended up on a road, and I did it because it was dark. I didn't even realise I had this tram up my backside, hooting and popping its bloody horns, and I saw, I was coming up and I saw the road going down. I thought, I don't think I should be going down there, so I quickly whipped off out the way, absolutely panicking, and pulled over to watch this tram go down this bloody tunnel, which I nearly ended up going down myself because I'd never been there before. I didn't know where I was or what I was doing. But yeah, the car itself that I picked up, to prevent the engine from stalling or conking out, because as soon as you came down to low revs, the engine would just cut out. So I had to drive back from Nottingham, and sort of navigate roundabouts with the clutch in and the accelerator hard down to keep it over 8,500, 9,000 RPM, just to get it back. And obviously everywhere you pulled, if you hit traffic and you've got that car raring at that noise, people were like, what are you doing, what are you doing? So yeah, it wasn't the greatest experience, I would say. Um, but yeah, like I say, this is an out of the ordinary stream. This, because like I say, I'd normally be at work now, but obviously all things given, um, I literally cannot work. So I just thought I'd see who's kicking about and who's out there. And like I say, we've got Turbo who's been in. Turbo's big on the Call of Duty mobile streaming kind of thing. So if that's kind of your cup of tea, drop in and check him out, because he's hilarious. Such a good group in his chat. What are you guys up to today anyway? Are you off work, or are you just chilling, or are you skiving off, or what? But I'll definitely, like I say, the village I was saying about them classic cars and stuff like that, and then the fair and the bumper cars and some other bits and pieces down there. The signal wasn't great in the village. I mean, you could barely even send a text message. You'd find that one spot, old school texting where you had to hold the phone in the air and try and find a bit of bloody signal. So yeah, I was a bit gutted about that, because I've done streams before in the past where we've had parades and fairs in our local towns, and people, a lot of people tuned in, a lot of people loved it. Like, some of them had never even seen anything like that before, which was kind of bizarre. I mean, obviously every culture and every every country do, have their own thing, and you would think there'd be something that they do, no matter how little, whether it's a train of cardboard boxes and banana leaves on the side. It's I don't know. I just it's just a bit bizarre because you watch some of these programs on different cultures and countries, and it's really interesting. They've got certain stuff that they do that you've never heard of or seen before, didn't even know existed. And it's like, wow, yeah, that's pretty awesome. I think we need some more of that. We need some more of that. These smaller places, and just show us what you do. Show us what your community do. Because I've got a massive interest in it. I know, I do. I love it. I love seeing something new for the first time. But at the minute, like I say, I'm off ill with this condition, chilling, watching films and sleeping here and there and dozing off in and out. But yeah, I just thought I'd see what you guys were up to today. So let me know some conversation, different people's. But yeah, like I say, guys, generally, Thursdays and Fridays, like I work. People who are obviously already here, that know me, know I work in construction. I work at height. I've got shorts and videos um, that should kind of show what I do on a day to day basis on the regularly when I'm at full throttle kind of thing. But yeah, Thursdays and Fridays are normally my streaming days. I do a bit of COD Mobile, but I don't know. Recently, I don't know. I know with the new season, it's always kind of sweaty at the beginning. Do you know what I mean? But I was doing that Thursdays and Fridays because obviously like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Mrs. Viking, she kind of works through the day. Um, so by the time I get home, she's normally already home, or just getting home at the same time. And we kind of do us them 3 days, and then Thursdays and Fridays, like I say, she works late, so she don't get home till like so between 8:30 and sort of we'll say 10 o'clock because depending on what's going on, whether she's got like an event, they're normally a bit later. So I normally save me streaming days for Thursdays and Fridays. I do post stuff in between here and there. Do you know what I mean? Funnies and bits and pieces. But yeah, Thursdays and Fridays, I'm normally into COD Mobile as well. My brother Smurder. Check him out as well because he's a hella fucking first person shooter game player. He's just absolute legend fast. Um, SMURDAYT Smurder YT. Check him out. Honestly, go and subscribe to him. He's a bloody good player. So again, and this is the other factor. I always sort of explain to people as well is the time frame, the time zones. With obviously because he's in United States, I'm in the United Kingdom. There's like a 6 hour deficit between us, so it's kind of hard to catch up with people at a live status, if you like. So that's the other reason because me and him normally get some catch up time on a Thursday and a Friday. But then I started switching it up. I mean, I came on one day. I think it was a Thursday afternoon. I needed to trim my beard because you can see again it's starting to get a bit woolly, if you like. So yeah, so no, it's I started doing the IRLs, and it was good. It was a nice difference. It was good to see different people in and come and have a chat. And obviously, like you know yourselves, you get your trolls and you want to be funny guys and gals, but we have the mods to take care of that crap. But I welcome it. I welcome it. I welcome everybody in, just to come and see what's going on. But right here, right now, it's relaxing Viking trying to take control of this situation so I can get sorted out and get back to work. Like I say, I don't normally like taking time off unless I'm dead. Do you know what I mean? So we're just kind of sitting and chilling and finding something to watch on TV. What are you guys up to? I mean, whereabouts are you guys? Miss Annie Bay, are you still here? Whereabouts are you from in the big wide world? Because obviously, I'm like, oh, what you guys up to today? What are you doing? You know, because I'm off ill, and I'm doing this. But obviously, you're not all in the same country. I would have thought. I'm not presuming. You might be in the UK. You might not be. But with the time differences, it might be bedtime for you guys, or it might be I don't know. You might just be getting up. Um, get rid of that. But yeah, let me know what you guys are up to. I'm always interested in other people and what they kind of do in their spare time. 'Cause it might give me some inspiration for when I'm off with the wife and kids, and what you go and find something similar to do. But yeah, check out Tarbo. Find Tarbo's live stream. You can't miss it. He's the most awesome Jamaican that I know, and he is friggin' funny as well, like hilariously funny. And that dude has me in stitches some days. Yeah, see, just move in there. Like, it's weird. As soon as you put pressure, as soon as you put any kind of pressure on it, like this dizziness, it's just absolute crap. What else we got going on here? Oh, that was another thing. Mrs. Viking bought me as well. She bought me a it's like an engraving machine. It's like you ever use the multi tools, for like fine detail work or for fine sanding and stuff. She bought me this little multi tool. It comes with like these stencils, so you can actually create things on. If you've got rocks, like obviously, if you've been on my IRLs in the past, or you've seen any of my videos, there's plenty of what my garden looks like. We've got the water feature and things like that. Which we've got like a lot of rocks around the base, and you can actually use it as these like round little grinding heads on it that you can actually create patterns, and it works on glass as well. I haven't actually used it properly yet because obviously from my last streams and over the last 2 weeks, excuse me, with everything going on, I haven't had the focus to sit and do that. But when everything's obviously all back to normal, I'm definitely going to do that. Find some patterns to do, but like I say, I'll have to try it first and see what it's like outside. Because obviously, if you're grinding rocks and stuff, we got a lot of nice stuff in our living room, like the dining table is all marble, and the last thing I'd want to do is obviously cause any damage to that. I don't think Mrs. Viking would be too happy with me. But yeah, if you're new to the channel, and you have stayed, thanks very much. It is much appreciated. Drop a like. I always say to people, I'm not doing this for any financial gain. If in the future that comes about and it follows the process, absolutely great. But that's not what I'm here for. What I'm here for is, yourselves, guys. You scroll through channels, and you're looking for something. You're obviously looking for something to, either be a part of, or see what's going on out there. But like I say, I'm not doing this for any financial gain whatsoever. The reason I'm sort of trying to get my subscriptions up and get the numbers up is so yourself, when you go past the channel, you see there's no subscribers or very little subscribers. You might not stay as long, but when you sort of see a channel of this kind of thing, it's I mean, you've got 500, 600, 700 subscribers plus, you do tend to stay a little bit longer because there's obviously something about that channel that's keeping people, interested, and what's going on there, kind of thing. And like, with whether I'm doing the COD mobile games live, or whether I'm doing the now new Farlight 84, which I'm absolutely loving, by the way, because it's similar to Apex Legends, and I love that. I was gutted when they took that off. And I know they've got it on console, but I actually enjoyed playing it more when it was on the mobile, and then they got rid of it, and I was absolutely gutted. But this is just a real person. I'm just a real person. This is me. What you see is what you get, and even in the gaming live streams, they get a bit hectic from time to time. It is You're not gonna get anything different. There's just somewhere to go and have a chat, somewhere to relax. You've got a problem, talk to us. You know what I mean? We'll listen. If you've done something interesting, let us know. We want to hear about it. Spread the joy, so to speak. Um, and anybody who's in my stream who's in blue, like Tabo, he's a legend streamer. He's got so many big names on his channel. Um, and there's a few of them, like I say, that aren't here at the minute that I know would be, but because of the time zone difference, I know they're sleeping right now, or they better be sleeping, because if you, and you know who you are lurking amongst one of these chat members when you should be sleeping, there's going to be issues, my camel. But yeah, that's Smurder, my brother Smurder. That's obviously his online game. I'm not going to give you your real name. That's just fuck no. But he's like minded. He plays a lot of gaming stuff. There we go. Look, Tarbo's just come on now. What the fuck Wednesdays? But yeah, check him out. Have a look at the channels. See who's in there. See the games. There's a lot of people. Like I said, that even when I'm doing my live streams, when I'm gaming on a Thursday and a Friday, they don't come in till I'm sort of halfway through. Maybe it's a bit later on because of, like I said, the time difference. Which, by the way, guys, is an absolute fucking killer, because there's so many people that I'm sort of connected with through the gaming side of things as well, and they're absolute legends, and you will not be disappointed in what they have to offer. Um, like I say, this isn't what I normally do. Normally, I wouldn't even be here. I'd be at work, doing what I do there. Which again, you can check out on the channel. But that's the reason I'm trying to get my subscriptions up, is so that people see it's got a good amount of subscribers, and that it's not a waste of time, and it's somewhere you can stop in and have a chinwag, have a chat. Like I say, when I'm gaming, we have a hell of a good funny time. And some of the people that we've had a lot of newcomers recently, and I play with subscribers as well. That sounds wrong. People who subscribe to me, if you've got the Call of Duty mobile game, or even the Farlight. I mean, I wouldn't say the Farlight 84 game yet, because I'm just learning. I played it for the first time, I think, on Thursday last week. I tell them opposite, my eyes are absolutely boggled. I played that for the first time last week, just sort of getting into it and having a go. And the other reason as well is because I wanted to find, Smurder, to send him a friend request, or which we are now in that game, but we are also, highly connected in Call of Duty Mobile. But we do, if you got something about you, and if you've been back a few times and you join in the chats and help look after the channel. Do you know what I mean? Like we get it. We've got such a good sort of circle of people, real people that don't BS. Um, Mr. Raw Dirty as well. He's another one. I mean, I think I actually met, dropped into his stream originally, um, first out of boredom one night when I couldn't sleep, and so much time has passed that that we've known each other, and then I met everybody else through that stream, and then the videos in the beginning that I was putting up, people were kind of like, "Oh, you should stream. You should do live streams. You've got a good connection with the audience, and I like to talk to people, as you probably guessed by now." Normally, I'm a bit more lively. Like I say, guys, I'm just a bit under the weather at the minute. And if it was cold and flu, I'd probably still go to work. But with this whole dizziness and stuff, I can't operate the machinery I would normally operate, and so I'm just trying to get that under control. But yeah, we've got a good circle. It's a really good connection that we all have. And like I say, they know with myself, I can't be there at the same times they're always there, because obviously a lot of them live in the same countries or have maybe an hour's time difference, if that makes sense. Um, but like I say, they were kind of like what I would post videos, like obviously little short and little conversations talking about the games that we might have played, because obviously, like I say, at the time in the beginning that I wasn't streaming, um, I would still play Call of Duty Mobile with them, and I would put the shorts up afterwards, and they were like, "Oh no, you should get streaming," and I'm not even kidding you guys. Like Smurder, he was a massive part. Smurder and OD in the beginning were a massive part of getting the subscribers up and helping me get them first 50 subscribers. And obviously, once I'd got that, you've got to wait a couple of 3 or 4 days for them to verify your account and all that stuff. And I think the first time, I put up a live stream, it was scary stuff. I'm now not just. It's not like where you're making a video. I don't like that. I'll scrub that. I'll start again. It is live. You're talking and this and the other. And the first live that I think I put out was actually again Call of Duty, because it's what I was used to, and it's what I knew a bit about. So I thought, well, might as well just put that out. And you start talking, and in the beginning it was quite funny because my brother Smurder, my camel, my brother from another mother, he actually loaded up into Call of Duty Mobile because I hadn't quite set YouTube up properly. And I thought, oh, it must just be quiet at the minute. And obviously, with being new to the streaming world and with quite low subs at the time, obviously people aren't going to stay tuned in. They kind of obviously would have skipped past or whatever. So he had actually loaded into Call of Duty Mobile, and while I was playing, I got a little notification on the actual gameplay, and I opened it up, and he was like, "Kev," he says, your chat's turned off on your live. You haven't got your live turned on." And I didn't research it in the beginning, and I thought it would just be, as you start your live, and it would just be like this. You'd see the chat, and it would just come on. But no, I didn't realize. And I'm not a big tech person. You know what I mean? I'm not tech savvy to everything. I can learn how to do it, but some things you would just think, right, you start a live, there's going to be a chat there. And no, this particular time there was no fucking chat there. So I think I actually kind of continued the stream as it was for that night, and I was just talking, and it was hard. It was hard work, because obviously you don't know. Like here, for instance, people are talking to you, asking questions, and you can kind of go off on different routes. So I went off after that. He'd sent me a message, and we're good friends. We are so good friends, me and Smurder, um, Audi, Tabo. We have a really good close network, and if there's anything that I kind of need, how do you do this, guys? I can just drop him a line, or while I'm in game, how do you do that? Because I'm struggling to get it sorted here. So I went in after that, and into the settings, and um, turned on the live chat, and then that was the Thursday. Now, when I went back in and started gaming on the Friday, it was all coming up on the screen. All the chats were there. It was great. The interaction with people and being able to sort of have a conversation while you were gaming, and obviously, and again in the beginning, you're kind of like in awe that you're now doing these live streams, and there's people out there that are watching you. They might skip past, it is what it is. It's not for everybody. But for those that it is for, you stay a while and you're having a chat. The gameplay, it was hard focusing on the gameplay as well as the messages in the chat and talking and stuff. Do you know what I mean? So you can understand why certain streamers, they play the game, they're doing what they're there to do. Do you know what I mean? And then they'll come into the chat in the breaks, if you like. When you go back to the lobbies after the game's finished, and people are talking. It was a massive learning curve. So for me personally, I would say, if you want to stream and you get into streaming, it's have a go. Just literally have a go. Have some videos of, if you've got some, make sure you've got a couple of bits in your channel, for people to, because obviously you're going to take a look at what you do before they kind of come and start, getting involved with the lives and stuff like that. And then you get obviously your regular keyboard warriors that have got nothing better to do, that'll come in and start being, an absolute sausage, if you like. But yeah, I was shocked. I was shocked at how quick people rallied round to help me in the beginning. And like I've said, with me, I'll IRL whatever I'm doing at the time. Like now, for instance, I'm off ill. This whole head thing going on. Or Thursdays and Fridays come round. I don't know how it's going to go this week because, like I say, the symptoms of this condition, you kind of do something and then your brain catches up 5-6 seconds later. So trying to hone in on an enemy target isn't going to be the easiest challenge to do when it's so fast paced. But like I said, we did the shed build not so long ago where I just stood the camera on the stand like it is now, in the garden. That was fun and games. If you want to say funny, I was actually at the point where if we didn't figure out, because the shed basically came with no instructions, guys, right? It did. We're having to try and work it out, figure it out, and see what was what. So it was getting to the point where I was like, right, I'm gonna have to switch this fucking stream off in a minute because I'm absolutely gonna explode all over the place. Then my son came forward and, oh no, this is what you do. It was a particular bit of the shed we were struggling with to get it how it should be. And he said, oh look, take a look at this, Dad. So we had a look and right. So after an hour of prat-assing on with these bloody videos and trying to find out what was what, the shed pretty much took flight and we were away. We were doing what we were supposed to be doing. But yeah, like I say, we've got some stuff. We've got Halloween coming up soon. It's one of our favorite. Mrs. Viking loves Halloween. Like seriously, guys. Absolutely loves Halloween. So we've got one or two little things we're going to be going to that I'm going to try and live stream and let you be a part of that. So that's what it's all about. Do you know what I mean? It's nice. That's the other reason why I like to do the IRLs when I'm doing something different. Everybody does Call of Duty Mobile, and I think sometimes it's just nice for something different. Something different. Like I say, it's coffee morning with Viking. Hey Lexi, how you doing, man? Welcome, brother. Lexi's another new subscriber to the channel, guys. He stopped in one night and it was like, this is what we're doing and blah blah, and he got involved and he's part of the bigger circle as well. Do you know what I mean? And we love him. Everyone loves Lexi. Lexi Gaming. Check him out. What are you up to, Lex? I'll put these filters back on now so I can see what I'm doing. This is where there'll be a bit of a time delay, I'm imagining, with the messaging coming through. I'm coming back, I'm just pulling myself together. Lexio Gaming YT. Go and subscribe to him, guys. He's actually Turbo's actually he was in before. He was getting his stream set up, Lex. He's actually in he's actually streaming right now as we speak. Will you stop by to say hello and give me some wisely advice on what I should and shouldn't be doing, which I'm still doing now. But you guys know me, it is what a fucking spade's a spade. I'll try and do everything I can to get better, because this is not what I like to do. I don't like to be off ill. As you can see, my beard's all woolly. It's not all pristine like most times, but so yeah, just trying to find stuff to watch on TV at the minute. See what's going down. Do you know what always puzzles me as well? Like, obviously, they charge you an absolute arm and a leg these days, you know, for like Netflix, Prime, and all that. And now they've introduced adverts into that equation as well. And also, you can now pay to not have the adverts in there. And it's like, Jesus, come on, guys. You know, you're charging an absolute fortune here. And then the funny thing is, you know, you've got films on there from like the 80s, 90s. They're charging for. Like, come on, get a grip. When will you play a card? Lex, I'm gonna have a look on having a go on Thursday. Like I say, this condition that I've got at the minute, I don't know how much you've seen, but I've got a condition at the minute called vertigo, and it is absolute camel dick. It is shit. And all it basically is you can get it if you get an ear infection. If you've ever had a bad ear infection as well, and you sort of lose your power to control your balance, and you go really dizzy a lot. It's like being drunk. It's like being really, really drunk all the time, but you're actually sober. And obviously with quick moving things, it kind of affects all that motor function. So I've not been able to do much with that at the minute, but I did say Thursday evening, I'm gonna give it a go and see what happens, because I did try last week. I think I did a couple hours. I did 2 hours, and the gameplay, it wasn't great. It was like this: we have the comedy chat as always, guys. There's always going to be the comedy chat. Do you know what I mean? But the gameplay wasn't as great because I just couldn't keep up with the game. My brain couldn't sort of focus properly. So I'll give it a go Thursday and see how it goes. But I can imagine it would probably be the same. So, you know, if I am playing, obviously, Lex, will, you know, definitely get yourself in, and we'll have a couple of games or whatnot. Oh, brother, adapt to change, my brother. I have been not to your lives recently, brother, right? But I have, whenever you've posted, I've dropped in, I've hit a like, you know, I don't always comment, but I've liked everything that you've put up there. So I appreciate you dropping in for the well wishing. It means a lot, it does. This is the community that I'm talking about, guys. To anyone out there who's watching this, who's not subscribed to myself or Adapt to Change, or Lexi or Tabo, or, you know, Miss Turtle, she kind of watches, and Miss Turtle and Rabbit. She is a massive supporter of everybody. She honestly, she's brilliant. She does play. I have played a couple of games with Miss Turtle, and she again is a good player. But that's not. I'm not going to say is what, you know. The gameplay isn't her focus, but she has a lot to do with it, and she's an absolute legend. Legends, you know, subscribers to have to your channel. But Adapt to Change, you know, Lexi, Smurder, Tabo, Dome Book, they're another group. Brother Recycle. After, you know, I apologise to all you guys at the minute. Like, I've been massively shit under the weather. So I'm catching up where I can, and, you know, I'm just trying to get my head back into a space that is Viking. where I can work and go back to work. So at the minute I've been signed, the doctors basically signed me off work unfit for purpose. So at the minute I'm being put out to pasture. But I am, in between the time through the days, I am dropping into your videos and, when you're streaming and stuff, and I do hit a like every time. So that side of the commitment is there, guys, for reals. But yeah, adapt to change. Check out his channel, guys. Seriously, I've still got to figure everything else out and get it set up so I can drop their links to their channels into the me lives and stuff. But you'll find them. Adapt to change. It's the number 2, like it says on the screen here, guys. They're all loyal supporters. They're all loyal people, and they're so funny when you listen to them. And their gameplay is absolutely legendary as well, guys. Oh, that is all it, to be honest. One person that supports our approach. I appreciate it a lot, man. No, seriously, guys. If I can't be there, I'm not there for a period of time. It's not because I've given up hope. It's not because I've lost interest in you guys. It's for a reason, and 9 times out of 10, it's either work, or family time, or the time zone, the time difference. Oh, that is a massive fucking game changer. That it's just I do get round to everything, and I do get round to everybody. So yeah, I picked up on that. I was reading it. I was like, I'm sure that's supposed to be appreciated. But yeah, I got that, Adapt. I got that. But yeah, they're a real bunch. They don't just say they're going to support you and then it's like, oh yeah, I'll talk. It's not. They do. They drop into all the streams. They drop into your lives, and like I say, even if it's just hi, I'm just dropping a like and dropping a message to say good on you, and but I'm really busy at the minute. Do you know what? That alone means so much because they're taking the time out of their day to come and do that. I mean, it's great. It's great. But yeah, I always like your videos, guys. Your shorts. When I get, I take half an hour or whatever just to scroll through. I stick a like every single time, guys. Always show the love and support. But like I say, I'm not a pro gamer. I just like to basically show you what I'm doing at the time. I do game Thursdays and Fridays. I'm not the best gamer in the world. Some weeks we have, wins all the way through. Some weeks all you'll do is hear me cussing the absolute world of language you didn't even think was there. But yeah, the subscriptions I'm trying to raise and get my subscribers up is for, like I've said, if the financial side of it was to fall into place along the journey, absolutely great. But initially, I'm trying to get them up so that people see that there's something about this channel. It's somewhere you can come to and have a laugh. Lexi, you're one of those people. You dropped in not so long ago, and it was come to this channel, come to that channel of our sort of circle of things, and become a part of something. And you did, and you have, and nothing is ever going to change that. Do you know what I mean? That's the reason I'm trying to get my subscriptions up. So it just shows that Kev's on. Yeah, we'll go and have a laugh with fucking Kev. Thursday and a Friday, he's going to be gaming. He's either going to be winning and cheering and this and that, or we're going to see him going absolutely rage ballistic, tits up, cussing and swearing at bots and fucking cheaters and all sorts. But either way, guys, you're going to be laughing. It's a good time, and if you've got the game, we get you in as well. I don't do it for everybody. Once you've been in the chats and once you've been in it once or twice, 3 times, whatever, that we know that you're not an absolute sausage. We'll exchange the gamer names. We'll sort of get into that side of things as well, which makes it even more fun. Oof, fucking hell. But yeah, it's shit. Getting older is absolute dog cock. It really is. You know, you just don't bounce back like you used to. What's that doing up there? No, I don't want that. What's that on? Trying to get rid of that. But yeah, it's the stuff you used to do when you were younger compared to like nowadays. The recovery time is absolutely ridiculous. It really, really is. But like I say, if I can deal with a lot of stuff. I can deal with a lot of shit. But it's just knowing. Like I say, if someone came to me and turned around and said, "Right, this is what you have to do for a period of whatever time, and I guarantee you'll be 100% fighting fit at the end of it." Right, fucking hell, that is what I will do. I will work at that night and day. Do you know what I mean? If someone came to me and said, "Right, you've got to do 1,000 press ups and that'll sort your head out," fuck, I will be down there pushing them bad boys out if I knew it was legit. But you get what I'm saying, guys. Yeah, that is it. You hit these certain mile markers in life, and it takes you back. You actually stand there and you go, "Fuck me, this is getting serious." Do you know what I mean? And it is crap. It is absolutely crap. Like I'll still do stuff nowadays. Um, you know, and when you do it, like for instance, you might be something physical, and then you're kind of like, yeah, you know what? I really can't do that anymore. I shouldn't be doing that anymore. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm at the stage where if I fell, I'm gonna bust my hip or fucking something like that. Do you know what I mean? But like I say, you can ask Mrs. Viking. Anyone who really knows me, that I never take time off work for illness unless I am dead. Like I'm not even joking, guys. And this year, you know, I'll battle through anything. But this year alone, up until this point now, this is the second occasion that I've been off. And it's just like it's little warning signs now that it's you really, really need to fucking knuckle down and take the taking of the care of yourself so much more seriously. You know, like I probably should be taking more vitamins than I currently am. I should probably be drinking water. And I say that because I don't drink as much water as I should do. When it's like stupid hot, you know, you do tend to drink a bit more water, but on the regular, you know, I should. And I'm not preaching to anybody here. That's not what I do. I'm just telling you about my experience. And if you're of an age in the late 30s to early 40s, you know, it's kind of a tipping point in the scales now where the regime has to change indefinitely if you're going to have that better quality of life, obviously, when you are older. And I'm starting to realise that a bit more often than not. You know, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Do you know what I mean? Despite what you see in front of you, you know, it's if I get hurt nowadays, you know, it's weeks to recover. You know, if I get a sprain or I get like my shoulder, for instance, you know, years ago, you just kind of like, you know, give it a click and yeah, fuck, we'll fucking muscle through this. But nowadays, it's kind of like, you know, if you get a serious injury or strain or, God forbid, a break, you know, you're out of action for weeks. Really out of action for weeks. Lex, you said hi about 15 million times, brother. Probably sat there laughing his tits off. But yeah, it's still trying to find something to watch on the TV. You know, when you see things, you see adverts on your phone or on your lives and stuff like that. You kind of like sorry, just checking the temperature of my phone. You know, you'll see films crop up and you go, oh, I haven't seen that for ages. I'll watch that, and then you sort of when you get the time to actually sit and find something, you can go through every program, every film that every platform has to offer, and there will be nothing. There will be not one fucking thing you want to watch. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, what we got here? So you got some old shit. See, there's films here from 2015. You know, there's films from the 90s. The Rookie is a very nice series. I'll have to. What's that on? Adapt. What's that on? Tell me. Tell me. I'll check it out. Is that on like Netflix or something? I tell you, a couple we did just watch recently. Me and Mrs. Viking. You know, two films we watched. There was one called Lou, and that's on Netflix. Um, and that's about an old dear who is leasing a house to a mother and son who's evaded some kind of scenario. I'm talking like that because I'm not gonna give too much away for you, right? Um, but there's a hellish good twist at the end. She turns out to be a CIA agent who's sort of in task to look after these two, so to speak. But that's not the twist. If you watch it, it's a bloody good film. It really is action packed. Yeah, it's on Netflix. And the other one that we watched, oh shit, what was it called? Just gonna have to go on Netflix now and have a look because that's gonna absolutely do my head in now. What the hell was it called? Oh, Nonnas. 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 It was a film by Vince Vaughn. If you've seen Anchorman, he plays in that. And it was basically based on a true story. The Rocky TV on Netflix. It was based on a true story about a guy that was working that wanted to open a restaurant for Italian food, but not made by chefs. It was made by like their grandmothers, and they call them nonas. You know, Manona. And they basically got these three or four grandmothers to come in and make basically home cooked because he wanted to make this restaurant where you ate the food and it reminded you of home. They wanted like a family atmosphere. It is kind of like a family based film, but it was based on a true story. And I tell you what, guys, absolutely fucking wiped the floor on me towards the end, and it gets you in the feels. But known as watch that and that Lou. They're two bloody good films. I think I mentioned it on stream the other night. I think Smurder and Miss Night Owl were actually watching that film the other night, so I'm waiting to see what they thought of it. Well, yeah, the Rookie, right? I'm on Netflix now. Let me just get up there. Is it just Rookie or is it the Rookie? I'll try for the because it'll probably. Lexi, who are you saying hi to? Oh, the Rookie. Cheers, Adapt. Appreciate it, brother. Fucking oh my Jesus Christ. What have we got going down here? I thought it might have come up by now. No. Right, so I'll have a bit of space in that. I thought I brought it up by now. Definitely on Netflix. Unless it's come off. No, it's not on here, brother. That's a shitter. Oh, I got down here. Let's just have a look here. I got. No, it's not on here. Is it definitely on? Is it something that's been on for a while and come off, or is it still on? I would have thought you guys' Netflix would have been the same as ours. I thought Netflix was just Netflix. Tell you what, one morning a couple of years ago, right, came downstairs, me and Mrs. Viking, and we were, I can't remember what, I think we were watching a series, I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I've got it up in front of me now, Adapt. It's not on here. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, is Netflix where you are, will it have, because of region, would it be different setup maybe? I don't know. I've seen the rookie 6 seasons, 2 days. Right. But yeah, that we came down one morning and someone in Mexico had hijacked my Netflix account. Everything was in Spanish. They'd been watching all sorts of shit. I don't know how they did it, but I had to literally sit and phone Netflix to get them to sort my account out. And they were like, "Oh, we've never heard of that before." I said, "Well, take a look." I give them my details. Like, "Oh shit." So yeah, let me just have a look on, see if it's on Prime. Yeah, like literally, someone in Mexico had literally hacked my Netflix account, and that even the cheeky fuckers, right? That even when you start Netflix up at the beginning, you've got like who's watching, you've got that little icons. They even added their own fucking icon to the account. I was like, how fucking rude is that? The problem was I couldn't watch anything because it was all in fucking Spanish. Yeah, that shit. What are you up to, Adapt? Anyway, what are you up to today? What time is it where you guys are? Right, we're on Prime. Right, let's have a look here. Search box. Ah, Adapt. That's not too bad. You're actually only an hour ahead of me. What's all up?
Would you like it too? Anything?
Do you know, I would, if you don't mind. Just if there's out in there, just tip that out. Thank you, lovely. 4:03 in the evening. Yeah, so Adapt. It's 11:30. Well, 25 to 12 now. So we're about the same time. Right, let's have a look on Prime, see if it comes up on here. I got the Assassin. No, I don't want that shit. Oh, yeah, Wolverine, he's posting. No, we haven't got the rookie on here, mate. That's an absolute shitter. I will YouTube it though to find out what it's about. Did you guys ever watch Reacher? That was a good one. That's a series. Lexi, you absolute sausage. Who are you saying hi to? Yeah, Reacher. That's you, there's two series of it. The first, you watch the first one. He works for, he's a military guy, and he's kind of like in the, I don't know what you'd call it over there. He's like the military police, like special investigative branch. More of an anime guy, right? Okay. But yeah, he's like this big buffed up dude, and he doesn't take no shit. He's got a whole team of people, and they go around doing all these weird and wonderful investigations. he's a bit of a traveller. He never settles, and he kind of goes places, and trouble seems to find him, and he just kicks ass all over the place. He's quite good. Lex, you're borderline getting timed out, brother. Keep saying hi. I love you, but don't keep spamming that shit. Told you, spade's a spade with me. If I'm not happy, it'll get dealt with. What time are you going on? Are you when are you going to be streaming next? Adapt. Are you gaming tonight? Probably later tonight. Nice. I'll see what's happening. Right, you're getting a 10-seconder. No. Lex is just being funny. He's trying to be funny. He'll be sat there now cussing because I've put him in a 10-second timeout. Yeah, I've got all my notifications switched on, so like I say, I'll see if I can get time and get dropped in and come and say hello to you. So what are you doing right now, Adapt? Are you just sat at home chilling? Lexi got a timeout. You know I love you, Lexi. Working. That's guff. Well, it's not. I'm kind of jealous in a way because I've been off for quite a bit of time, and I hate it. I do like working. I do like my driving and getting out and about and stuff. What do you do, brother? If you don't mind me asking. Obviously, you just tell me to fuck off if you don't want to say it. It's absolutely fine. You know me. People like their privacy and all that kind of stuff. So I would never. I do ask the question. Software engineering. Oh my god, you absolute brain box. You're one of them fucking tech wizards, are you? An absolute tech guru. Yeah, Lex, I got that, brother. I got it. Don't matter how you put it. You keep saying hi to everyone you've already said hi to, you sausage. Pack it in. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, no, I wish I would. Looking back, like I wouldn't. I would change a lot of stuff. Don't get me wrong. I would change a lot of things I've done in my past. But it's hard to say nowadays. Like I would change what I did in my education and things like that, where studying was concerned, and if I knew then what I know now, my work life would probably be different. But that's as much as I would change. But even saying that, you know, the things that kids have got available to them nowadays, where educational learning is concerned, makes like if I had a fraction back when I was studying and I was at college and I was doing stuff, if I had a fraction of what the guys and the kids that have got nowadays available to them, I dare say I would probably be doing something a lot more technical, a lot more like what you do, understanding computers and stuff like that. If I had it my way, Christ, I'd have a fucking carrier pigeon. I wouldn't have a phone and text. I'd just write a letter and put it in a pigeon's foot and send the fucker off. But like I say, I can generally figure certain stuff out. Do you know what I mean? But whereas I would go from this point to this point to this point to this point, someone like yourself, Adapt, you'd go, well, no, why don't you just cut all that shit out? Just do this. It just clicks for some people, and if you know, you know. Do you know what I mean? So the point is, I could probably get to the end result. I wouldn't know how I got to the end result. It would be right, but I've gone all around the houses where you would just go straight to the source. Do you get what I mean? That's the thing with me. I have to YouTube a lot of stuff to get it in my head before I actually do something and research it that way, kind of thing. Um, some stuff works out absolutely blinding. Do you know what I mean? Other stuff, it kind of just is an absolute fucking disaster. Um, but yeah, like my son, my eldest son, he starts college shortly, and he's going into electrical installation. Um, I would never have been able to do that at that age. Do you know what I mean? But again, from that kind of sort of education of electrical installation, there's so many options out there that he can go to as a part of that, which makes him an all round great at what he's going to be doing, which is absolutely fucking golden news to my ears. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause I mean, I just know he's going to have a um, good employment when he actually starts working. Whether it is he actually works for himself, because obviously that kind of work you can actually work for yourself as self-employed, or work for a company, which is brilliant. It's peace of mind for me knowing that he's going to be able to earn money when he's older, no matter what. Lex, I can see. I can actually. I've got the window open. Right, my living room window's open. I can actually hear you giggling from here. Now, if this does carry on, you're going to see the raw side of Viking, and I don't want that. So behave yourself, you fucking sausage. But yeah, there's like I say, I think certain things where education's concerned, I wish I'd have listened a bit more when I was younger. But again, times change. Things are different nowadays. Um, but yeah, it's I'm grateful for what I've got. I am massively grateful for what I've got. I wouldn't change the way anything else happened, because if that were the case, I wouldn't have met Mrs. Viking and the woman of my dreams, and had this wonderful family and everything that I've got within it. So I'm grateful for that. I just wish it was all that, and I'd studied back then to give me something greater now, so that I'm kind of between the two of us, we can give our family everything we need. It just takes a little bit longer sometimes. Do you know what I mean? And this is why I always say to the kids nowadays, I always say to my children, you can do it our way, or you can do it the right way. You can either go to work for long hours and very little money, or you can go to work for very little hours and lots of money. The choice is yours, but that is again all dependent on how much they put into life. And fingers crossed, thus far they are doing bloody great. Um, my kids, even in primary school, were coming on with, because obviously things are done differently nowadays to the way we did them when we were at school. They're coming on with work equations that I've got to Google. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Do you know what I mean? But I eventually get to the end of it. The answer's still the same, but the way they're shown to how we were shown and how they do stuff nowadays, it's a lot different. It's like, for instance, I couldn't be in a classroom when I was a kid. Like the tutor groups, the kids nowadays, I don't know how it works over, in different countries, but like, for instance, I'm basing everything off what I know from here. Like the kids will all go to they'll have all the different year groups, and they'll have their tutors, which is like your first sort of, you go to your registration, and within your tutor group of that registration, there might be 50, 60 kids in one class. That to me, oh Christ, the anxiety that brings over me. I couldn't do that when I was a kid. Um, I had certain needs when I was a young child that, say a normal child didn't have, that they could cope with that kind of stuff, whereas I couldn't. So the largest classroom I think I was ever in was probably about 12 people. But like I say, when I go to my kids' schools nowadays, whether it's like parents' evening, and you see the amount of people that are in that one school. Christ all fucking mighty. I couldn't cope with that. I couldn't cope with it now. I'm walking around, there's like just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. I'm like, fucking get me out of here. So there is, they've got a lot to deal with. Exactly. Adapt, brother. You fucking smashed the nail on the head right there. It is. You know, it was when I first met Mrs. Viking. You know, I was a taxi driver, and because I'd been single for a while, and I had money built up and stuff. I couldn't give her money. I had rolls of it in the cab. Do you know what I mean? She'd be on a night out, and I'd be working. She'd be out with the girls, and like, here, do you want some money for a drink? I could. She wouldn't take it. She was, I think kind of subconsciously back then I knew that I was onto a winner. But like you say, like nowadays, we had to move from our previous home into the home we're in now, um, and we had to start again. Because it was a new build. We had to buy flooring. We had to get new sofas, which we've just recently done. We had a good sofa before, but we've just recently bought all that shit. And it's one of the things. It takes time. And we do everything we can to give the family what they need to have the best quality of life that they can. Do you know what I mean? So, like I say, when it's times like now, although what you're seeing and we're talking and that isn't actually what's going on up here, I'm absolutely infuriated because I can't fucking work. Um, I'm still getting finance coming in from my place of work and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? But it's I've gone from working most weeks 60, 70, 80 hours a week to ground zero and nothing. It infuriates me, guys. It really does, because I can't sit still where work's concerned. Like I like to be out and about and doing what I'm doing.
Hit me.
Right, just put her in and close it up. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's getting arsey because she should be sleeping. Let's give it a wash. But yeah, that's basically the thing. Like I said, and don't get me wrong. When we're working all these hours and we're doing all this stuff, it's like, Christ, I wish I had time off. I just want time off. But it's like the time off that I seem to get is when I'm dead or dying, or I've got something that's preventing me from working. It's not like I've just got I've injured a finger and I can still do my job. This is like I say, it's neurological. It's like it's literally physically stopping me from working. And it drives me insane. It really does, because like I say, we're normally out for anything from 4 o'clock in the morning onwards. Getting back at latest. Well, I couldn't even put finish time on it, because most days we're back between sort of 4:30, 5. Fridays we finish early. As you do. But I like being out and about doing stuff, and my job. And I do enjoy my job. But I'm getting to an age now where there's other aspects within the job of construction that I maybe want to start exploring, more into the hierarchy of things. Site management training, site assistant management, or, whatever it is that's available at the time. That's as long as it financially benefits myself and my family. If I have to be out on the road a bit more often, or I have to stay away every now and then, so be it. But that's what we do. It's what you work for. What other reason do you do it for if you've got a family? You don't do it just for yourself. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's on what, 10 years now. 10 years doing this. But there are so many other things out there that I'd love to get my teeth into and have a go at, but it is what it is. But for now, just trying to get my head back straightened up and sorted out so that I can actually fucking go back to work. It's not something. It's not something I can do with what's going on. Do you know what I mean? Because, like I say, if I cause an accident or God forbid I have an accident myself, I mean, I'm not going to fall out of anything. I've got my harness on. Do you know what I mean? But it's just big no, big no, guys. Noise. So yeah, so like I say, I'm just chilling about, guys. So don't feel, if you've got things to do, by all means. But like I say, for right here, right now, I'm just chilling out, looking for something to watch. Let's see what films we've got on the go here. So yeah, the streams. I don't know who's watching. Don't know what's going on at the minute, because sometimes, like, I'm looking at the top of the screen here, right, and I'll go, oh, there's only one person in. But then, you know, the times when Smurder's been in, or you guys are in, like, you know, this is not the ordinary stream. I'm talking about regular Thursdays and Fridays. They'll say there's only one person in, but there's about 3 or 4, 5, 6 people in. You know what I mean? Or there's more than what it's actually saying. But I didn't expect too much today, but this is just what I'm doing. They're all old school films. You know, films that you love, but you don't really want to watch them. Oh, you're alive.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
No.
You had some breakfast?
Well, I thought I may as well just wait for lunch.
You're going to get straight out of bed and have a beef sandwich?
No. Yeah?
Is she alright?
Yeah. She was just like, oh, there's not really much for lunch.
Alright, let's go and have a look and see what you can find.
Hey.
Yeah, right. No, let's get out of here. Go away. Let's have a look. But yeah, like I said, guys, it's just obviously. What the fuck going on here? Yeah, normally there's a bit more going on with my streams, and I'm normally doing a lot more. But obviously, like I say, with everything that's going on, this is what I'm doing at the minute. But just trying to get the subs up, like I say, not for financial gain, just for almost not. Just so people can say that there's something about the channels. You know, from when we are doing the regular games and got a call at work. Yo, Adapt, man. Seriously, brother. Thanks for stopping by. I'll probably be still here when you get back, no doubt. But take it easy, brother, and be safe. Have a good one, yeah? Anyone who's watching this stream right now, drop into Adapt to Change. Check out his channel. Seriously, guys. Drop a like, hit the subscribe button. Yeah, we always say to each other, you know, we stick together, we grow together, and that's what it's all about. That's what we're doing. What's up, mate?
The rookie's on what's it called? Do you know when we watched The Last of Us? It's on there. Do you know, go into like home. It's like, I don't, wherever we watched thingy.
Was that not Now TV? No.
When you go down, go on to Last of Us.
What is that?
Just 3 right.
Oh, that's on Now TV.
Yeah, because we have Now TV, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so go on now.
Ah. We have found it. We have found. Do you know what? Forget about this.
Down. I was watching it at one point.
Oh, there we go. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, you might want to put it to the beginning.
Oh, I've seen clips of this. Yeah, no, all right, okay. Episodes.
Yeah, Mama put it to me.
Ah, right. We found the rookie. We've got it. It's on Now TV. We have Now TV, so I'm gonna watch it.
It is really good. You like any food in it?
No, I'm good, mate. I tell you what, I will have. I will have some tablets, though, please, pal.
Aye.
Can you get us a couple of paracetamol?
Yeah.
I think if you look in, no, look in the bread cupboard, mate. I think in the bread cupboard there's should be a sleeve at the front, on the right hand side, or that's where they were.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so two of those, and then two of them, the ones at the purple box in the microwave.
Yeah, two of them as well.
Yeah, just careful because they're little though.
Aye. Have you got a drink with you?
Yeah, I've got a cup of chai right here.
Yeah, a lot of tablets.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll fucking do something and sort me out. And I'm feeling good, but
I've just used all of them. Keep it. Just gonna take them all at once.
if there was a fair, put mum's slippers at the front door so they're not getting kicked out. Thank you.
Yeah, so in Resident Evil, when me and you used to play, and you played that chick. So her story's 10 times easier than Leon's, because hers is a lot more simpler.
Cool.
Because the thing me and you never got to, do you know the chief's office?
Yes.
We never got to there,
Right.
and that's to progress the story.
Ah.
But with Leon, it's a lot more difficult because you need the hand crank to do a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, the water fountains.
Yeah, and when you're playing as Claire, you do a whole different story,
Right.
and you get a bunch of different weapons. Like Claire gets like a grenade launcher and all that, and Leon's running around with a deagle and a shotgun.
Nice.
So I was playing a bit of that, so I realised what was happening.
Yeah, guys, go check them out. Check out Adapter Change channel. Lexi. You got my brother Smurda, Smurda at YT. Check him out. He's a legendary gameplay. We've got Tarbo Gaming, who was in here earlier, guys. Mr. Wuo Dirty, check them out. You know, he's another legendary streamer. He's on, I think his normally, his time is normally, I think he said it's from about 10:30. It's about 10:30 till... See, it's weird working out these times because for me, it's normally, I think it's about 3:30 till 7:30. My time. But yeah, check him out. Woo O'Dirty. Yeah. Check out Smurda YT. I think he's doing a lot of streaming on TikTok at the minute, I believe. But I'm gonna speak to Mrs. Viking and see if we can. Cause I only stream on YouTube. I don't stream anywhere else, guys. I don't do Facebook and all the rest of the bullshit. But I'm gonna see if we can set up a dual account for Mrs. Viking and Vikingkev, something along the lines of that, so we can put some more content out and bits and pieces. But just bear with me a second, guys. Nature calls. Oh yeah, shit, that's not good. He's back. He's back. So yeah, so adapt if you see this, brother. My son came downstairs not so long ago and he was like, yes, we do have the Rookie. It is on Now TV, so that's what I'm watching.
Not that you're in any position to judge. I mean,
London's calling, and the housewives have answered. Hey, you are dialing up the drama with the Real Housewives of London.
He's still streaming.
The Real Housewives of London, exclusively on KU. See you at the
Alright, Bills.
He's drying up.
it's a new day. It's a new life for me. And I'm feeling
How does this September sound?
Normally a gaming stream of some description, or the regular IRLs we normally stream is something that we're doing. I mean, like I say, we normally have the shed build on the go, or events that we might be attending. Do you know what I mean? I'm literally just got this stream going just to see what everyone's up to. So drop.
Ever wonder if there's a better way to explore Europe? Or whether you'll ever grow tired of waking up to views like this? Ever wonder what inspired history's most revered artists?
Yo, my camel.
Local delicacy you might
How you doing, man? I was waiting for you coming in, but then I thought if he comes in, he's gonna get his ass kicked because you should be fucking sleeping. So, well, no, it'll be about what, 6 o'clock? Is it 5:30, 6 o'clock? My camel, I fucking missed you, brother. I've got to say, not seeing you. It's fucking spade's a spade, man. It is. A spade's a fucking spade. Just waiting for these fucking tablets to do something. I don't think they are making a difference. But yeah, it's just chilling at the minute, my mate. 7:30 a.m. Just woke up. Yeah, you see, it must be it must be weird. You see, it's normally me waking up to your streams, but excuse me, you waking up to my streams. But yeah, it must be nice for you being back on a even kill with the old sleeping pattern, sleeping through the night and being up through the day. Oh yeah, I don't know if you got that. They managed to make, for the Minecraft, I sorted out I put my phone number in instead and sorted that out that way. You know, to make an account for the Minecraft. So that's up and running now. So I should be able to, because now it's bringing up like friends lists and stuff. So that's what that thing was I sent you. It was the me name thing for me Minecraft. So hopefully at some point I'll be able to come in and jump in with you and make a massive monument. Oh Christ Almighty! Yeah, we've had one or two in. I wasn't expecting big numbers, like I say, because this obviously is out of the ordinary. This isn't something I would normally fucking do. It's monument time. But yeah, so like I say, I was actually putting your channel out there earlier with the one or two others for people to go and check out. Still need to figure out how to put that thing, how to put them, you know, in the, like you have commands for your thing, don't you? I don't know how to do commands for this. You know, for like your channel and, you know, like OD, Turbo, you know, Defiant One, you know, all the rest of them. Lexi was in here earlier. He was having a chat, but he was like, botchery. You know, I tried that. I tried doing it, but every avenue that I sort of turned down to try and set that up, it was trying to like charge me like monthly subscriptions or yearly subscriptions. So I don't know, brother. I was struggling on with that one a little bit.
More of a show you kind of guy. Go ahead. No, hold up a minute. No, this is harassment. What? Oh, it's just good customer service. Kind of like a frequent flyer program for third party.
What you got planned for today, brother? What you up to? Well, yeah, I've got to say, not enjoying the old. Yeah, been a few. There's been a few things that people that have had over in the States and surrounding companies and countries and stuff that they don't pay for it, and
Keep your hands up, Jen. Don't let him get on top of you.
I've had to end up paying for it in the end. But the only one I paid for is the Stream Champs. But that was because I did that one night when I've been drinking. It was like, oh yeah, we'll sign up to this, we'll sign up to that. But I'm glad I did though, because that one actually is beneficial. But yeah, I need to get that sorted, you know, so I can have so I put your guys' channels into the description, and you know, I've been verbally doing it, so we'll see what comes of it. We'll see what comes of it. But yeah, just thought, you know what, I'll put it on while I'm sat watching TV and see who's out there. Taking my youngest to get braces. Right, what teeth? Because I know you were there not so long ago. Because you were getting some leg braces fitted, weren't you? Yeah, my eldest, he's just had them on. He said the first week was an absolute nightmare. Yeah, Miss Howley, hey, you awake as well? Nice. How you doing? But yeah, he came home from having his braces done on his teeth. He said it's getting easier now. It's been about a week. It's been about a week now. He said he's starting to get used to it. But when he does, I don't know if he bites down wrong, or he you know, if his teeth collide with any of the, you know, the brackets on the actual teeth. He says the pain is fucking excruciating, like. But he came home and he had one missing off his tooth. I said, how come we haven't done that one then? Because he broke that tooth a while ago at his friend's house, and he said he was laid down, he had his phone, and he dropped his phone and he smashed his fucking tooth, so we had to take him to emergency dentist to get that fixed. And then he was out with his pals the other week, and Mrs. Viking had sort of turned and said, oh, I've had a message from Roo saying he's fucked up, and I was like, oh, what now? Anyway, he'd been out with his friend. His friend was in front of him on his mountain bike, and they were going down this coast-to-coast trail. And his friend put the brakes on something, and he couldn't stop in time, so he smashed it off again. But they went to the dentist, and they put like a temporary cap on, but because, like mine, He's got to have a root canal done. So they didn't put the brace bracket on that tooth. So they basically got to go and drill the root out of his fucking tooth, make it like a permanent fixture properly, and then when he gets that done, then he'll go and get this final bracket put on his teeth. But he's I don't know, he's taken to it quite well, to be fair, given what it is. But he says it does feel weird. He says he constantly feels like like his teeth are as a whole are moving and what have you. But the upside to it is, especially with a teen, because you know how as teens, you grunt at everything. You don't really say words; it's more sounds than anything. Because of the braces, he can't grunt. He had to over enunciate on his words, so he actually sounds like he's talking properly, which is great because he can have a conversation with a fucking now. But yeah, I'm just the same. Like I say, I'm fine when I'm sat down. I've got some new tablets they gave me, um, which I've started taking. But it's still, when you sort of lean forward or you go off, you balance it. It's still fuzzy headed and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping it's going to get better soon because, like I said, this isn't normally a time I would be off work. Do you know what I mean? I'd normally be at work now. So it's kind of getting to me a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to speak to Mrs. Viking and see if we can't set up a TikTok, isn't it closing down soon or something? I keep reading people, like when you go for YouTube and you see shorts and you got like TikToks and stuff like that, or if you actually type in TikTok, people are actually saying, are they getting rid of it? Is that right? Just hearsay. All right, okay. No, because I was going to say, speak to Mrs. Viking and say, like I say, because I'm only on YouTube, I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on anything else. And just see if we could kind of make a me and her account, so that she can post shit and I can post shit and kind of work that. Because obviously, if you're streaming on the mornings on TikTok now, I'm fucking shit out massively. And already, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I haven't seen you in fucking weeks, and it's a bit of a pisser, to be honest. But I know we still talk. Yeah, I know we still talk through other means. Do you know what I mean? But like I say, it's kind of fucked up the morning regime at the minute. Like I get up, like this is weird. Like you've got up and I'm streaming. Do you know what I mean? That's like fucked up massively. Um, but yeah, the fucking. I said, I was talking, Adapt to Change was on here earlier, but he got a call. Didn't realise he was like a tech guru. He's like a fucking tech genius. So he got a call out he's had to go to. But we were talking about when I was, cause obviously I had this last week. Do you know what I mean? As well. So when I did that short stream on Thursday, I think it was, because the gameplay was so quick, like everything was taking me twice as long to catch up. So I don't know. I'll see how it goes on Thursday. I might have a go at game streaming and see what happens. Hopefully by then the tablets should be doing a bit more. I'm hoping anyway. But yeah, if we get Mrs. Viking, we can do like a collab, like a me and her stream, so that she can post the stuff that she captures of us doing as well as what I do, and try and see what happens with that. I might be able to get back up on a morning and see you streaming again, brother. But yeah, there's been people coming and going, like, there's just, I don't know, they must just be, scooching straight past. Like I say, I'm not too fussed. I'm just sort of streaming what I'm doing, just to see what the rest of the world's up to. Tarbo was in. He stopped in before he started streaming. But yeah, this whole fucking situation is absolute foobar beyond belief. Massively foobar. Yeah, it's. I don't even think it's even worth giving the time of day of talking about, because the main people aren't doing nothing about it. Do you know what I mean? And then the thing is, like I was saying, I was enjoying playing that fucking Farlight. It is Farlight, isn't it? Farlight 84. I was enjoying playing that because it was a lot like Apex. Now, when I used to play Apex on the Xbox, I enjoyed it, but I was only getting like a couple of kills here and there. I don't know. I hadn't played it that long on console, but I enjoyed the mechanics of it. I enjoyed, that side of it. And then they brought it out on mobile. And I tell you what, I would always say to people, if you enjoyed Apex, because it was the same layout. Everything was the same on mobile as it was on console. And I was getting, 10, 12 kills a game, and it was really good. I enjoyed it, but then they fucking got rid of it. And I was like, why? So this Farlight 84 is the closest thing to Apex. It's almost a similar sort of setup, other than the fact that you've got a duck. A duck and a fucking whatever else that's on there. But like I say, I'm just not at the point yet. I've only played it once. Do you know what I mean? So, but I did enjoy it, and I actually enjoyed it more than COD M. But then, is this going to go the same fucking way? Do you know what I mean? Is it going to get to a point where it's exactly like COD M? People fucking cheating and all the rest of it. But I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not, because I do want to play it more often. Yeah. Get you. But yeah, so sorry the old fucking stream's not as exciting as it normally would be, my mate. My brother, my camel. Yeah, no, totally it does. But even like the time when I said to you, we played COD Mobile, and then I think it was a bit later on. I had a quick peek in. I think you'd gone off to play Black Ops 6 or whatever the Call of Duty is on the fucking Xbox or the PS or whatever. I know you're on PS, but the latest Call of Duty on console. You were playing that, and I tell you what, fucking hell, the anxiety that came over me watching you play that, I was like, fucking hell. There's just no way. I could not play Call of Duty now. I really fucking couldn't. But then again, like I say, the fucking mobile version of Call of Duty is getting exactly the same. Do you know what I mean? It's just like sweaty lobbies and. Yeah, JP, welcome, man. Welcome. But I like a lot of the old retro games as well. Like, you get like you get these odd apps on the App Store, or I don't know what Android is, Google Play or whatever the hell it is, where you get these old school games. I love them. I love them. Never played Call of Duty. Yeah, see, Fortnite, I'd never really played that. The kids played it on console. I kind of had the odd game with them. Do you know what I mean? But it was never. It was never a game that I kind of sank my teeth into, or something I would play. Like I say, COD M, or now that Farlight 84. Because like I say, I really come on. I don't go on to play COD M now to sort of. I don't go with the mindset I'm going to win. I want to go somewhere with. Do you get what I mean? I literally go on Thursday and a Friday just to have a few games, and Smurder comes on, I have a bit of crack with him, dance on the rocks and fuck about, really, just to get some time with my brother. That's about it. But yeah, The Farlight, that I enjoyed playing that. It was actually enjoyable to play, for, and I haven't had that in a while. Call of Duty used to be like that, COD M, when I first started playing it. And the first time I actually hit legendary rank was through Alcatraz on a weekend. It started 6 o'clock on a Friday evening, right through till Sunday, as you know. And I ranked up, I think, 3 days. I couldn't do that now. Do you know what I mean? That's how I hit 57th global, regional, and North America. Ah, okay. But yeah, I think, like I say, the Farlight, I'm actually gonna play that on Thursday. I'm gonna give it a go, see if my eyeballs will let me fucking play it. Oh, yeah, it's I'm gonna because I figured out how to change make the hood how you want it and change the buttons around and stuff a little bit. So I've done that a little bit because before the first game that I was playing on that Farlight, I'm not kidding you, man, because the buttons were so close to the edge of the screen. When you just try and turn it to move the camera to look, I was wasting magazines and bullets and rounds all over the place. Like, it was absolutely bizarre. But I'm not sure what mode I've got that Minecraft in, because at the minute I don't know. When you double tap on jump, it starts flying about the character. I don't think that's in the right setting to do what you do. You definitely got to find a hero you like too. Yeah, because which one have I got at the minute? I've got that black fella, big dude. But I think that was just like a free. I think that was like a free upgrade or something. I haven't paid for now. Oh, see, fucking eyes are going again. Yeah, I seen. I was trying to work that out as well, because I seen with yours when you did that thing where you turn into a ball and start rolling at people, and that was quite cool. I thought that was funny. Yeah, I thought it was cool as, like I say, just rolling around like a fucking bowling ball. Persons need a cleaning. Yeah, so this is it. This is about as exciting as it's going to get at the minute, my mate. Yeah. But how does that? Cause that's the thing. That I'm still, like I say, I've not looked at the buttons properly, to be fair. So it's figuring out where that button is that you press to do the special move. But like, is that something that kind of builds as you get more kills, or is that something you've just got to collect? So they're the bits that I'm kind of still fathoming out. Do your special moves kind of build as you kill people? Ah, right. Okay. That's cool. That's good to know. So I don't want to sort of try and collaborate the games too much. So is it, like with COD M, you get your chip upgrade so that it makes it more powerful and lasts longer. Is that kind of like, does it do the same with the Farlight, or is it just the more XP you get, the faster it regenerates? Right. Okay. So this is shit I need. This is the sort of shit that I need. The only time I get this shit is when you're kicking about, my camel, right? You're like my absolute mentor of this shit. Because I'm hoping that I can get into Farlight a bit easier than I did in sort of... See, Call of Duty, I kind of understood it a little bit more because it was obviously derived from the console and there were similarities, but this... I was just getting in, like in the Apex mobile, I was just getting into that and then they fucking took it off. Do you know what I mean? So I was like, never understand it, why they do this. Like, they have these games and they're onto a winner straight away, but yeah, they've got a good thing going and it's like, now we're getting rid of it. Sponsor boxes and drops when we play. I got here. Ah, yeah. Oh, fucking hell, yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I say that. You blip into the screen, do some shit, then you're out again, and it's like, I've got all these lovelies here. Thanks very much. I'd like that to be not on an even level because I'd never be at your level of gameplay, but like fucking, like I say, the more I understand, the better I'll get. Wah. See, I'm not sure if that third person that's in this chat now is Lex. Lexi was in before, putting loads of funnies in, and like I said, I got a lot of time for Lexi. I said, keep spamming that shit. I said, you're going to get a timeout. So he got timed out. He got a 10-second timeout. I said, this is the lowest one I've ever done. But no, he knows I'm only joking, though. But yeah, like I say, this isn't the normal. Yeah. Maybe I should just do the fucking same thing. Like I say, I looked at one point and you were kind of like you were in like the close quarters, and then like I looked again and like you were over the other side of the map somewhere, and I thought he's used that fucking rolling thing. He's gone like a bowling ball across the other side of the map, taking people out. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It was like I say, when I played it, it was the first time in a while that still play the Call of Duty and things. Do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, but like, oh, you fucker. Ow. I still play the Call of Duty, even though they're like sweaty lobbies, but it's when I played that, it was the first time I'd actually had fun playing the game for a game for a long term kind of thing. So I enjoyed it. So I think I'm definitely going to be investing some time in that this week. But yeah, I'll speak to Mrs. VK and see if we can't do like a. Oh, I love it. I guarantee any game I play with you, brother, right? I could go through the entire whatever it is, whether it's like a 50-person lobby. I could go through that entire lobby without firing a single shot and make it all the way through. Yeah, I'll have to fathom out. It's weird. He's got like say that character that I've got at the minute. He's got like this weird little fucking. I don't know. I don't know if it's like a robot or a scootery thing behind him. I don't know if that's part of his like part of his fucking death move or some shit. How many these likes are going up? Not that I'm complaining, guys, because obviously you know why I'm here. Like I said, this stream's out of the out of character because I would normally be at work now. But as I I've said before, the subscriptions, I'm trying to get the subs up, not for any other reason at the minute. Like I say, than just so that people can see that the channel's got something about it. Not at this very precise moment in time, I might add, because like I say, I'm a bit under the weather and I'm just seeing who's out in the world and what people are up to whilst I'm sort of recuperating watching TV. But the likes are going up. So appreciate it. Thanks very much. Like I say, check out the rest of my content, guys. For those that are watching that are new to what's going on. We do the gaming on a Thursday and a Friday mainly. I have been incorporating some IRL streams in there just to showcase whatever it is that I'm doing. Like I say, we did the shed build. We've done parades in our local town and stuff like that. I was saying before the Saturday gone, they had the fair in the next village down from us, where they had like bumper cars and the little claw machines and scary houses and stuff like that. But they also had vintage cars there as well. Like old school, back in the day kind of cars. I think they had some American cars there as well. I think one of them was a Pontiac. I can't remember what it's bloody called now. I think there was another one. I'm probably going to be wrong on it. It did look like a Charger, but it wasn't a Charger. I've got loads of photographs. The signal was really, really weak in the village. So I couldn't live stream it because I was going to live stream, show you all the cars and what was there kind of thing. But I did take a picture of every car that was there. So I'll post them up at some point. But yeah, I'll speak to Mrs. Viking. Oh, right, okay. Oh, that'd be cool. But yeah, I'll speak to Mrs. Viking. We'll probably see about setting up like one, from when we're both at events and stuff. So there'll be kind of like me live streaming stuff and doing stuff. So I'll post all that, and then obviously she can post on the same channel, her view of what she kind of got as well. That'd be quite interesting to see. So people get an all rounder of what we're up to, kind of thing. But yeah, like I was saying before, this fucking condition at the minute, honestly, being just making and drinking coffee. Yeah, it's like being drunk. When you get like an episode or it's happening, it's like you're drunk. It's like you're on the. It's weird. And you know me, guys. I like to have a bit of a beverage on a weekend to see the week out and all the rest of it with Mrs. Viking. So to actually feel drunk and room spin when you've not actually had a drink, it's fucking shit. It really is. It's like being drunk for free. All right, okay, okay. Yeah, no, that's that. It does. It's weird how that works. Like I say, it's I'll see if we can like do some sort of collab account where it's like both of us, so we both can manage and do stuff to it. Do you know what I mean? Because I think you can possibly do something like that because you can actually make like, yeah, we'll figure something out. But like I say, I don't want to be missing out on your streams and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Obviously it's what you're doing. and where you're streaming. But like I say, I get you right. Yeah, because you see, the thing is with, like I was saying, you know, Mrs. V, I can't get, like, I've had like people's memberships, like Bot King and, you know, OD. I've had one from Doe as well. You know, where the you guys can get the memberships, you know, for the emojis and that kind of thing. I've had them where it's been a donated membership to myself. You know, for when they do them lucky draw things, I'm assuming. But I can actually only do at the bottom right of the screen. It's got the $sign. But I can only do chat stickers and the conversational bits, that kind of thing, where I can set an amount of what I want to donate, if that makes sense. I don't actually have the bit where you can become a member to someone's channel. We don't get that here. I don't know why. I really don't. So I just kind of donated the membership price, but yeah, it's a bit fucked up. Well, sure, that was the other thing we were talking about the other day, me and Mrs. VK, you know, because obviously I don't pay for YouTube, right? So if I put music to any videos, it's got to be a short and it's got to be 60 seconds or less, as you know, which is absolutely fine. But if I put music to anything over that, you end up with a copyright. Like if I was to make my own. But yeah, I've got someone's phone's ringing down here. Guys, whose phone's downstairs?
Oh, that's mine.
It's ringing.
No, here's a timer for you.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Billy's already given them to me. But yeah, like I was saying, I've done videos in the past. Like I think Christmas last year, I did one where I was just sat having an old-fashioned cocktail, you know, bourbon, whiskey, and I had the record player on. It was Chris Stapleton was playing on the record, and nothing, absolutely nothing came of that. But then I had a video. I don't know if it was a live stream or what, and one of them it actually has a copyright on it. Now I went back through the video. And there's absolutely nothing on there. There's no advertisements. There's no branded stuff. The only thing I did was I sang a song, and I wouldn't have thought it'd be that. Surely, I should, because obviously there's the video where I was out and about on the town that night where I did the karaoke with Grease Lightning. That didn't get a copyright. So I don't know at the minute. I'm kind of not worried or scared, but when I'm making videos now, I'm kind of second guessing myself on what I can actually put up with the music. Like that what I did, you know, when I was at the beach, you know, the lifeguard one, me running into the sea. I was kind of I really could have made that video so much fucking better, but I didn't because I was worried it was going to get a copyright on it. And that's where I'm kind of getting the, you know, stuff mixed up of what you can and can't do. Like when I did that one when I was getting my tattoo on my hand done, there was me going out into the car. I was doing something. I think it was actually a music copyright that because I took it off. But then I've got the Volvo on the steering wheel, the sticker on the steering wheel. I've got that in full view. So would that not be classed as advertising another brand? Do you get what I mean? But I never got a copyright for that. That wasn't the copyright issue. I don't understand why I can't make a video more than 60 seconds and say put I don't know, a Dirty Dancing song on there, Hungry Eyes, for instance. But yeah, if I paid for YouTube, then I can add that music to whatever I want. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking bizarre. What's that? Little heart puffs and bananas. Roses are like 1 coin. $5 gets you like 500 coins. What's the coins? What's this? What's the coins and the bananas? What is that like? Is that like the emojis and the this that kind of stuff? Is that? Oh, so right, okay. See, again, it's weird what certain platforms will allow you to do and what other platforms won't allow you to do. You know what I mean? It's like it's YouTube, it's TikTok, it's right, okay, I see. Gift you send, right. I see. But this is what I'm saying. They're worldwide platforms based on the fact of what people are doing, but yet you're not allowed to do it. So I don't know. It's just a whole big fucked up situation, really, isn't it? Guys, hey, hey, have you any of you guys got TikTok? Oh yeah, Viking Bills, he's got TikTok. Because your TikTok account is the same as YouTube, isn't it? My camel, isn't it? It's no, I know that. Fucking hell, I'm not a fucking caveman. Yeah, because yours is Smurder YT as well on TikTok, isn't it? Oh, it's just Smurder, right? Bills, hey, hey, find Smurder's account on TikTok. Like I don't know, subscribe to him. It's just Schmurda. SHMURDA. Yeah, SHMURDA. No, it's just Schmurda. That's it. You got it. Ciao, brother OD. Hey man, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the channel of doom and gloom at the minute. It's not the usual gaming or trying to build a fucking shed and getting angry. Yes, Murder's account. He's got 2 Farlight posts on it. That's it. How we doing, OD? Old dirty. If I don't know, anyone else out there, guys, anyone in blue on this channel, find them, go subscribe to them. They're all a trio of legends, honestly, guys. You saw Tarbo earlier on, he was in. If you haven't found him already, go find him as well.
How's it spelled?
SHMURDA. DA. Murder. Yeah?
Yeah. SHMURDA.
Yes. Yeah, no, like I was saying, already. Obviously this is out of the ordinary because normally I'd be working. I just wanted to see who was out there, see what was going on in the big wide world that is, and see what everyone else is up to. But yeah, like I said, I tried playing I had a couple hours on Call of Duty last week, and the speed of the graphics and the speed of the game, like normally is fine, but obviously this can't keep up with it at the minute. So, yeah, I thought I could smell coffee before, but yeah, they gave me some. I went back down the doctors because, like I said, we did 4 days on the tablets that I was on, and then nothing seemed to be changing, and then they gave me these new tablets. So I'm kind of just hoping that something's going to happen in the next day or two. But like I say, from what people have been saying and what we've read up, you know, it could. Even the doctor was kind of like, you know, it's one of them. It could last weeks. It could last a couple of days. It could last years. You just don't fucking know. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just hoping that it's going to pass shortly, because it's just dog shit, brother. It really is. You know what I mean? I can't operate machinery at work. I'm not driving at the minute. So yeah, fuck knows, mate. We'll just see how it goes. Well, Mrs. VK bought me this tripod stand, and I thought, you know what, fuck it, we'll set it up. I've literally just been watching TV, bits of TV, and see what's going on, seeing who's out there. But Adapter Change was in earlier. He stopped in. He got a call out with his work, so we had to go off and do that. Yeah, it does. It really does, because it's like I was saying before. You know, you can kind of accept certain shit, and you know, you know, the ground gave way, my machine went over at work, and a broken arm or a leg, you're off work, and you know that in a certain period of time, and you know what that time frame is, that you're gonna heal and you're gonna be able to do certain stuff. It's when you get sort of, it is kind of like having your legs cut off. Do you know what I mean? You get an illness of some description that's out of your control, and there's no time frame on when it's going to be right, or if like the turn around and said to you, like for instance, my arm, I've got that rotor cuff injury at the minute. I've got a scan in September, right? Now, up until that point, I get that scan, they turn around and say to me, right, these are the things you've got to do to make it stronger and to make it better. Start doing this, graduate to this, then do this. Right, you've got a fucking plan in place. You've got a goal to aim to, right? But at the minute, I've been going to physio, pushing towels up fucking walls, and doing, you know, weird arm movements. But I'm not, I know it's shit. I'm not overstrenuating what I do at work with my arm in case I do something that's going to absolutely incapacitate me indefinitely. Yeah, it's the same with this head thing. There's nothing I can do that I don't know, might make it better or help. Do you know what I mean? When I'm stood still, it's kind of all right. Do you know what, mate? There isn't really another position there that I can do. Well, I can do everything, but I'm not signed off for scaffolding yet. But then again, that's a whole other story. I can do it, but I can't do the courses yet. But there's nothing else really there. I've kind of got everything, if that makes sense. Um, Whereas now, like I say, I've kind of been looking into. Um, I still want to do something within the construction industry, but I want to do something where I'm more feet on the ground. Yes, that, exactly that. Amongst the hierarchy. And the thing is, there are a couple of big firms out there that I've kind of built good relationships with um, over the years. Do you know what I mean? And it just means more courses, and you know, which isn't a problem. You know, I'll do whatever I need to do. But like I say, I'm 42 at the end of the day. I've been doing this, 10 years. And like I say, when you get injured, unfortunately, the body doesn't seem to bounce back like it used to. You know, and like I said earlier on, this year alone, I've been off twice with illness. And you ask anybody I know, you ask Mrs. Viking, she will tell you I am never ever off ill, even in the winter. I barely get a cold. So I don't know. This is kind of a little bit of a wake up call. That I need to start taking, a bit more care of myself. For future reasons more than anything. Do you know what I mean? Not just for producing funny content and Hasselhoff wannabes and stuff like that, but so later on in life when my kids are my age, I'm still kicking about hopefully, and being able to do stuff with them. But yeah, I don't know. It's all job related injuries. It's all job related. Every injury is job related. Do you know what I mean? From the strain of the arm from lifting heavy weight to, you know, the stress of the job, the daily stresses. You know, neurologically, mentally. You know, this condition is all stress based. So yeah. Yeah, see again, it's. Do you know what? Women would laugh, you know, men saying this, but women talk. Women look after themselves. Women collaborate. You know, men don't do that, and you know, to a degree, in the younger age category of men, yeah, you know, you want to be the fucking big I am. You want to. You know, I'm fucking indestructible. You know, I want to be one of the guys, and you know, I'm gonna get a problem. We don't talk about this shit. You know, and being in the construction industry, I can't speak for any other industry because I'm not saying they don't do it, but I'm saying they possibly do this now in the toilets. On construction sites now, you know, you go into the cubicle to do your business, and you know, you close the door. On the back of that door, there's now all this kind of information, you know, for debt help. Are you feeling stressed but don't want to talk about it? You know, here's a number you can call for, you know, um, to speak to somebody, and it is literally that's as far as it goes. And you know, they can help you and stuff like that. And there's more of these leaflets about mental health and all the rest of it. And you know, I always say the ones that go on about it, you know, at work, that oh, I've got mental health, I've got mental health. To a degree, yes, you might have mental health problems, but the ones that you've got to be wary of, and the ones that you've got to take extra, you know, and when you see someone do something out of the ordinary, are the ones that don't speak out. Yeah. Like you see, you might have seen it a while ago. I mean, it might have been, you know, within a year, over a year, and you see that yeah, it is. You know, like I say, I'm 42, and like I say, I do stupid stuff all the time with the kids. Like I jumped over a fence outside our house, being a daft ass, and the fucking new hosepipe bit gun that we've got is metal, and I landed on it, and I cracked my arm. You know, it hurt like fuck. I think I don't know if I fucking bruised a rib or what, but it's stuff you don't think about at the time, and it's all good and well, you know. I'm young minded. Yes, I am young minded for my age. Do you know what I mean? As in, I can process like young thoughts and be around young people and all that. But you know, it's men need to start. The older I'm getting, I am starting to now open up and talk to people about issues I might have. I'm going to the doctors. You know, I'll tell, you know, Mrs. VK stuff when, like, she knows when I'm in a bad way. Yeah. Every good woman of a man will know right, yeah, you need some fucking, you need a hug here, mate. Do you get what I'm saying? But I'm starting to, I'm starting to pay more attention to it nowadays, you know, like men's health and you know, all the things that are out there that you know, you've got to take out this situ of how you look at things. Of I'm not going to say anything, it'll be all right. Do you know what? It fucking won't be all right. It takes one fucking iota of stress. It takes one wrong turn. The smallest of things, and you are incapacitated. It is ridiculous. It really is. And yeah, that is a massive part of it. You know. And it's strange because, like, you know, I went to the doctors, and you know, I told him, I said, look, I'm not telling you how to do your job, but this is how I've been feeling, and from what we've researched, you know, it's this. Um, yeah, okay, we're going to treat you for that. You know, the doctor didn't even look in my ears or anything because of it being an imbalancement, and I'm losing, you know, my balance and my centering, if you like. Didn't even look in my ears to see if there was any inflammation or anything like that. And that I found kind of strange, you know. Exactly. That is basically it. And that's the mindset I am getting out of it, because, you know, if something needs addressing, you can't put it off no matter how scary it is. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I've been to the doctors. I've got this Friday with, like, when you turn 40. I don't know how it works in the US, but like in the UK, for instance, when you turn 40, you have a well-being health check, and they take your bloods, and you know, they do like an overhaul, make sure everything's as it should be, and you know, if there's anything wrong with them from them bloods, they'll tell you, oh, you're missing this in your diet, or you're missing that. I didn't do that at the age of 40 because I was too busy. I was too busy at work, and the only appointments they could ever offer me, I was too high ended on the I'm gonna lose half a day's fucking wage here. Do you know what I mean? And I'm more and more saying that is such a bad way to look at life, because if you continue on that route, you're not going to have a fucking life to enjoy. And I do believe that for the sake of losing even a week's fucking wage, it's a big hit to take. It's a big pill to swallow. But if that prolongs your fucking life another 20 years, surely that's got to be fucking worth it. And that's the mindset I'm trying to get myself into. Do you know what I mean? I've got no reason, like I did when I was younger, and it sounds daft, to, you know, oh, men are, like you said, OD, and, you know, Smurder, you know, you're not invincible. You don't have to act like you're invincible and be the big, brave fucking soldier when something's wrong. I've got nobody to impress. On the other scale of things, I've got 3 kids and a wife I want to fucking keep. Do you know what I mean? I want to be around to see that life and enjoy it later on, and that is why now, like I say, this is the first year I've ever experienced being ill twice in 1 year, and the year's not even out yet. You know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, we doing what we do for a reason. We have families, and I want to be around to see my kids grow up and live their lives, and I want to be able to, you know, hopefully one day fucking have grandkids myself. Do you know what I mean? So I get that luxury and that rite of passage of telling my grandkids how much of a fucking pain in my ass my own kids were, and give them something to, you know, little secrets and fucking stuff, you know, from their parents, that kind of shit. But, you know, I've been to the doctor. Like, men always say, oh, I'm not going to the doctor, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not getting a finger up the arse and all the rest of it. Do you know what? Fucking try it. You might actually fucking enjoy it. I did. I'm joking. You know, I went to the doctor. I've had the finger up the bum, the prostate checks and stuff like that, and thankfully there was nothing fucking wrong. But from that one moment of, ooh, it could determine whether you're absolutely fine or whether there's a serious underlying issue. Do you know what I mean? And you walk away or don't even go to that exam or test, and you leave it 5 to 10 years, and then all of a sudden, hold on, I say, I've got to go to the doctor, something's wrong, and then the doctor actually then turns around and says, sorry, mate, there's nothing we can do about it because you were fucking stupid 10 years ago. It's as I get older, and the more these things happen to me, I'm now circling round to that way of thinking. So you know what? If I have to go to the fucking doctors now, and Mrs. VK would break my jaw in a heartbeat, because she's been screaming at me to do this for years. Because she obviously wants the same thing as well. Do you know what I mean? It's just all wellness and looking after yourself, and you think, no, I ain't got time for that. We're going to lose this money here, and we're going to lose that money there. What good is money if you can't fucking get out and do anything? Do you know what I mean? What good is money if your family have had enough of fucking trying to help you, and they just think, fuck you, see you later? Women do know, and behind every fucking great guy, there is a woman who is worth 100 fucking unlimited million of that. And this is why I say, you know, it's, you have hard times, you have good times. I don't have too many of these hard times where illnesses are concerned over the years, but they are starting to come thick and fast. When I get injured, I don't heal as quick. You know, we're not invincible. I got nothing to prove to no fucker. You know, I don't want to be coming on here and VK, how are you doing? Oh well, I've got this and I've got that and no. If I had just done this, it wouldn't be the case. But you know what? I was fucking stupid. I don't want that shit. I want to be coming on. I want to be full of fucking life. Do you know what I mean? I want to be full of life for my family, and that's the fucking be all and end all. That's the goal. We have families for a reason, and like this is why I say I'm gonna start doing something where I can promote mental health, even if it's just a post with a sticker on or something. Because dudes, really, you know, you want to be a fucking real man, go to the fucking doctor. You want to be a real man, talk to somebody. Yeah. There's now fucking soft about talking about your fucking problems. Initially, it's not nice. You get that. If you're talking to the right fucking person, they're going to have an answer for you. Yeah, I want to be an old man. I want the fucking rite of passage of old man to whinge like an old fucking grumpy cunt. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you know, I want to grow old with Mrs. VK as well. I don't want to fucking leave this world because I didn't go to the doctors and get my bum poked. That's the black and white of it at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? And the same for her when, you know. That is exactly it. And mine, unless I trim it, I haven't shaved recently because I'm fucking, like I say, a bit under the weather. Looking a bit woolly, but yeah, if I let this all fucking get out of control, these two little grey strikes down here would be everywhere. Do you know what I mean? My hair's even doing it at the minute because I need a haircut, but I just think it's something that everyone needs to sort of push a little bit. You know, your health is everything, and at the end of the day, you know, financially, some people aren't able to go to the doctors or the dentists and stuff like that. So, you know, that's a whole other kettle of fish. But generally speaking, you know, men just need to start being fucking real about it. You know, it's the whole cliche, like on building sites, you know, oh, we're the big men, we're fucking hard, we're this, that, and the other. What happens when it starts raining? Where does that big man attitude go? Yeah, I'm not getting out in the rain. I'm the fucking same. I'm too long in the fucking tooth to be getting out in the fucking piss through wet rain, getting soaking wet for 5 minutes to just have to drive home. What's the fucking point? Do you know what I mean? You know, talk to somebody. There's always someone you can fucking talk to. Yeah, well, I'll come and join you, brother. I think it'll be a fucking breakaway from the fucking norm. They at least give you one of them nice white jackets with like the leather buckles on. I've never had a jacket with leather buckles on. Yeah, it is. It is. But like I say, there's got to be a line drawn somewhere. There has to be. Do you know what I mean? You know, you've got to draw that line somewhere and say, do you know what? Yeah, this is getting a bit much. I'm gonna go fucking speak to somebody. Even if you do it without telling anyone, even if you don't tell your fucking family you've been to speak to somebody. You know, I went through a phase a long time ago. You know, I'm not going to go too much into detail, but I had my hand forced because I put myself in a situation where I was forced. I had to go and speak to somebody. You know, and open up about things that were bad, but it turned everything around. Yeah, like I say, I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling everyone how to live the fucking lives. You can only make an awareness of it based on your experiences. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, I'm getting older. Like I say, I don't bounce back from injuries, and you know, you've got to talk about shit. You know, it's got to be done. It has to. You know, if you were told you were going to die tomorrow unless you went and spoke to this person, fuck me, you'd fucking break the world up to get to that fucking one person to talk to him. But you shouldn't have to come to that, because that's the point that men do go to the doctors. That's when we take that time off work and take that pay hit to go and speak to somebody, and at that time, it's too fucking late, guys. Do you know what I mean? It is massively too late. Well, of course it is. You know what I mean? I've found it, you know, in life, you know, a new circle since coming on here. Since, you know, I've had my account for years. You know what I mean, guys? I've had my account for years, and I've posted bullshit in the past, of, you know, bits and bats of what I've, you know, we've been doing. You know, when we've gone out for drives out in the trucks and stuff. But like I say, since coming on here, you know, there's all you guys, you know, OD, you got Smurder, there's, you know, Miss Owley, you've got Defiant One, Tarbo, you know, G Code, the fucking list's endless of the people in the circle that we all know, and that, you know, that come in and say hi and stuff. Yeah, yeah. Then, you know, you burn the candle at both ends. Do you know what I mean? But like I say, I won't come on here. I've got the latest this, or I've got the latest that, or oh, check me out. I'll show you what I've been doing. Great, but that's not what I'm here for. But what I found that I've got on here is I've got a whole group of people I know I could come and talk to, and it would go no further. Do you know what I mean? I know for a fact if I picked up the email, or I picked up a fucking messaging platform, or whatever, you know, I can fucking come and fucking scream and shout and fucking let it all out, and I know for a fact that, you know, the circle of people aren't going to go away from that going, fucking hell, this guy's a fucking lunatic. Do you know what I mean? Or at least I'd like to think that anyway. I'm joking. I know there's a handful of people I could pick up the fucking messaging platforms and talk to on here if I really thought I felt happy talking to that person. Do you know what I mean? And I believe I have. Oh, that fucking ass is hanging out. But yeah, and that's the way it should be. Like I say, women talk. A woman could go into anywhere, any shop, any place, say hello to someone, and all of a sudden, they know everything about each other within 5 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And men just don't do that. I don't know, it's just not in the DNA to do that. But I do think as the world progresses and, you know, the way it's going, I think they need to start. I really, really fucking do. You know what I mean? They tried to do it a long time ago with programs. They had like doctors going around to like rugby clubs, do you know what I mean? And squeezing testicles and checking for lumps. And they're like, how many of these actually talk about it? And of a whole rugby team, they're like, not one of them put their hand up. And it's like, how often do you check yourself? And it's like, well, never really. Do you know what I mean? But it's like fucking the outcome of that alone, like the medication, the pain, the future program of what could happen to you when you read on how it goes. It's a fucking scary thought. Do you know what I mean? It really fucking is. Well, it's fucking someone's fucking plan. But yeah, that's my sort of take on things at the minute. Like, I'm trying to get out of this. I can deal with muscular pains. I can deal it because, you know, you get muscular pain, or like you take ibuprofen, you know, or a painkiller of some description because you know it's going to work. At the minute, I'm doing something and taking something, I don't know what's going to happen, and that actually vexes me so much fucking more because there's no end goal in sight at the minute. Do you get what I mean? There's no, right, I know by this point I'm going to start feeling better, or this point it's going to be over. And that is just like, I can't wait for that time to come, guys. I really fucking can't. Yeah, exactly. And same. Exactly the fucking same. Do you know what I mean? Like I've come on here, you know, there's times I've gone into your stream, OD, and I have expected to type a message, for instance, and my name be regular like everyone else's, and I'm not. Don't take this the wrong fucking way. I wouldn't fucking blame you one iota, and that's not because I haven't been coming to the streams because I don't want to. It's because I've got so much other stuff going on, and I'll drop in when I can, and I know you say you appreciate that. But if you needed to make room, for instance, for someone who was in there full time, I would understand. Do you know what I mean? But that's just life. That's just the way it is. I'd love nothing more than to be in a position where I could, you know, be in everyone's stream full time. If I had the money, I'd have fucking 2016 Pro Maxes fucking lined up with fucking everyone's fucking stream simultaneously. I'd look like fucking Mozart or Bach playing a fucking piano, typing on everyone's fucking games. I'd be like this going across the fucking stream. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not, unfortunately, and it is what it is. You know, I'm not what I would call blessed with the gift of fucking time. Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying. You know, you will have other people that are able to be in that stream at that particular time, all the time, and you would probably think, do you know what? Yeah, fuck, he'd be a better mod for my channel. That's what I'm kind of saying. It's just like I wouldn't be angry. Do you know what I mean? And I know that's not who you are. I really don't. But there are people that are like that. And like I said, the last couple of weeks have been. I mean, look at the fucking clip of me, guys. Look at the fucking state of me. I look an absolute shit ghost mess. Right? You know, there's mornings, you know, not so much now, but I don't know. It's just hard. Like I say, I haven't been into your stream as much recently, is because I've dropped a like. I've gone onto it when I've seen you've come on. I get the notification because I've been trying to cut my screen time down a little bit, just so I don't strain my eyes. And that's the only reason. Like I say, when I played that COD match on Thursday last week, I was only on stream for 2 hours. When I got off, honestly, it felt like I had fire searing through my fucking brain. And that is exactly it. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I appreciate more. That, you know, when I'm gone, I'm not gone for good. I'm just gone for a reason, because you know when I'm at fucking work, you know, I get Smurder on a morning when I first wake up. You know, he's doing his Minecraft bit or whatever he's doing at the time. I'll drop in and we'll, you know, fucking laugh it up, and schlongs and boobies and fucking all sorts, you know. And then, you know, through the day I get my breaks, you know, Tabo comes on, and, you know, Rooster and Brother Shack and all the rest of them. And then on the way home, if I know where I'm going, you know, if I know the journey back roughly, you come on at 3:30, and then I've got you playing in the background. So I try and get across everybody, you know, throughout the day. But for the last couple of weeks, like I say, with everything going on with this fucking vertigo, it's just I haven't been able to do much. But I have liked everyone's stream. You know, Adapt to Change, he was in earlier. He'd posted some content, and when his streams came up, and I always drop in to like them. But yeah, it's just fucking cock. It really is. But like I say, I'm glad I've got you guys. I really am thankful I've got you guys. You know, fucking UOD, Smurder, Night Owl. You know, I've got a lot of fucking love and a lot of fucking time for all of yous. And there is a circle within the bigger circle of what we're all about. You know, that I've got a lot of love and time for, and that doesn't sort of get given easily. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's the whole thing. I'd be more pissed off if someone came on here that I'd known a long time and turned around and said, you know, I've just been told by the doctor I've got limited time left because of something I didn't fucking simply get done a few years back. That would be an absolute fucking kick in the cunt. It really would. But that's knowing you guys now. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it is like the basic thing. You just fucking take care of yourselves, for fuck's sake. I want you to be around a lot longer as well. You know what I mean? It's all right. I'm not picking my nose, guys. I'm just trying to straighten up my nose ring. So yeah, that's kind of the shit, really. But like I say, it's just finding time to fucking catch up with everybody. I just want to pee longer. Oh, nice! I love it. I love it. See me, I don't go like Mrs. Viking still finds it bizarre now. Like I don't go before I go to bed, right? And honestly, I'll get up in the morning, yeah, and I'll stand there. She'll come downstairs, make coffee, check her phone, do stuff, sit down, and all the rest of it. And in all that time, I'm still up there, fucking like Niagara Falls. Like honestly, it's bizarre. She still finds it mental. I really need to stop doing that. Well, yeah, guy, like I'm showing 4 people in here. You guys seeing the same? Yeah, all right, that's fine. Like I said, I got 14 likes on this stream, which is great because it's I don't know. I think I've only had one other stream. Someone's lurking. I don't know who it is. But if someone is lurking, come in and say hello. Don't be fucking shy. You know what I mean? Come say hello. Ask some questions. Anything. I try to create these IRLs so that people can say this is why I want my subscriptions higher, so that people see the channel. And go, oh Christ, this guy's got a lot of subs. Let's go see what it's about. Do you know what I mean? It's more so they can say they can come in and find somewhere real. Do you know what I mean? There's the whole. Oh, that's Bot King going live in 30 minutes. He's another good streamer as well. You know, have you seen him, Od Bot King? SX, was it SCX or SXC Bot King? I was watching. He's another one dropped into his stream somehow. I don't know, but he's a sound guy. He likes to have a chat. He's a good player. He's a 3-line rifle guy. Yeah, he streams a lot as well. He likes using the 3-line rifle. Doesn't matter if he's in fucking shipment or wherever. He's a sound bloke. What was he saying before? I can't remember if he was. Yeah, because I've got a filling missing out of my tooth as well. So I've got a really sharp tooth at the minute, but there's like a little bit of the filling left in that's keeping I think it's almost keeping the nerve protected. There's still a bit of cold getting into it. And I was saying about that not so long ago, and he was like, "Yeah," he says, "I really need to go to the dentist." He says, I've got a filling, or he's got something that needs addressing that he's been putting off." And it's like, dude, just go to the doctors, go to the dentist. You know what I mean? It might cost you $50, $100, whatever. I don't know what it is. I'm just ballparking here, guys. But like, it's got to be so much better than the alternative. And this is why I say I'm kind of going down that whole route now of looking after myself. And do you know what? If something don't get done that day in work or whatever, it can fucking wait. There's another day. I really need to start sort of learning to find the inner chi and fucking harnessing that shit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and in all honesty now, right? Odie, I'm not just saying this because I'm on stream. Because you know me, a spade's a fucking spade. I'll tell you how it is. No bullshit. I'd rather go up to a guy, say, "Hey mate, you got time for a chat?" Do you know what I mean? Because this is all we're gonna be doing. Do you know what I mean? Whether it's out at a coffee house or whether it's out having a fucking beer or whatever, you know what I mean? I mean, having a beer does generally make it easy because you know yourself. I see people around all the time that are in my area, yeah, and then you go for a night out, and all of a sudden, you've got people coming up to you, they've had a drink, and They're coming, oh, how are you doing? Oh, it's been so long, and you know, we shouldn't leave it this long. Well, fucking hell, do something about it then. Do you know what I mean? You know where I am. Do you know what I mean? Come and say hello, or give me a fucking text, or reply to a text, but they don't. But for a dude, I do believe it is easier to talk to other dudes when, not when you're pissed. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, but because obviously at that point you're just talking shit. But what I'm on about is like, I do think. Whereas women will be just, oh, do you want to meet up for a chat? And, yeah, of course, yeah. Just go get my nails done, get my hair, get my coat, and then, you know, I'll see you in 10. You know what? Dudes can do that as well. They really can. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like, hey, mate, what are you up to? Oh, wait, we'll go get something to eat. Fancy a fucking chat and a catch up. And but again, you know, when you meet people that you know, that you haven't spoke to for a while, when you're out on a night out, for instance, and you know you've had a drink, it is a bit more relaxed, I think, for a male than a female. I think for a female, it just supercharges that talking power when they're out and having a drink. Do you know what I mean? I mean, women can chat till the cows come home all day long on the regular, but when they've had a drink, it's like they become fucking. They're already superheroes anyway, but it's like they become supercharged, super talking heroes. In the best way possible. I'm just gonna just stick that in there. There's no disrespect meant by that at all. But yeah, time is always not on our side. I think because we're trying to provide for the family. You know, you're trying. Not saying that the females of the household don't, because trust me, my Mrs. Viking, she works just as fucking hard as I do. So you know, we get very limited time together. But yeah, like I say, I'm not being rude, guys. I'm not just concentrating on the screen. I'm just looking about to try and fucking keep this from overheating. But yeah, so that's that fucking shit out there. But yeah, the whole main thing of it is, yeah, I want to grow old. I want to be at the point, if I'm in a fucking wheelchair, I'm in a wheelchair. But I want that fucking right as an old fucking fart to sit there and fucking grump at the fucking world as they go past. Do you know what I mean? Because it's our right to do that at that age. But yeah, so like I say, I do. I really do. I want to be sat there with a fucking pipe or a fucking cigar at that age and a fucking glass of fucking bourbon. What are you fucking looking at? Do you know what I mean? It's a right. It's a right to be old and grumpy at absolutely nothing. No reason to be like that. But it's a right to be that. Get rid of that. Is there a thing on these? Is there a, you have done live streams on, I don't know if you've, oh hell yeah, you know, oh I'm gonna rock your world tonight, love you, didn't rock my world in your fucking prime, so shut up you old cunt. Do you know what I mean? That kind of shit. But yeah, is there a thing on here, right? I'm still, you know, you think I'd fucking fathom this out by now, guys, right? You know when you always put like, I thought that'd make you laugh. But you know when you get like fucking, you know in the chat when you put a message up on the text, not like a command or something, but is there something like fucking on here where I can type a message and it comes up on the screen? You know, for like putting your guys' channels out there, because I've been fucking bloating about your channels the whole stream right at the very beginning. Yours, Ordy, Smurders, fucking Tarbos. I was bigging them all up at the beginning of the stream, but I don't actually physically know how to write in a message into this live while I'm doing it without losing it all. If that makes sense. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get that fucking. I use this YouTube timers. But I use a computer as well. So, yeah, because this is the other thing that I've been waiting to do as well. That I hope you can help me out with here. This guys is how to set it up. It's linking the phone with the computer so that I can do the messaging side of stuff, and having an external microphone and earphones of some description. But I need to get a laptop to sort that out, because there's loads of stuff I'd be able to do that I can't do at the minute with just the phone. Do you get what I mean? So I could have the phone for the gameplay linked with a laptop so that I can obviously see the messages and all that kind of shit. I'm just not sure whether you can do that, or whether it's the whole cable side of things, the cable setup of it all. Now, I've been looking on YouTube, and you, like, for stream setups and live stream setups, and it's just basically you get all the things. Yeah, you need a laptop. I thought as much. Like, we've got one, but it's not great. But I'm gonna get one. But I've been trying to find videos on YouTube on like setups, but it's more how to stream through a platform with a laptop and things like that. Yeah, see, everything I do, it's weird because, like I say, I pay for Stream Champs. I pay for the actual app. So I do everything through the phone. But what I'm finding is the messages won't come through. Like in the beginning when I was playing, they'd come through and I drop down by, like if you'll message me through a game. And then it stopped working. So maybe I can't remember who it was that said, like, I think my boy turned around and said, bring it up on the TV, the actual stream on a guest account. Then you can see the message. So, great, yeah, well, we'll do that. But I don't know. I'd rather be able to play and do it like that, like how you guys do it, so that I can actually do more with the channel as well, because there's a lot on the YouTube dashboard settings that I watched where there's like a setting in the advanced settings where you can take out it's like a standard set of hashtags as to where your content's going to try and get sent when you put it up or you're live streaming, and it shows you that like a lot of it will have nothing to do with what you're doing, so your content isn't getting seen by the right people, and you can change all that, but you can only do that with a laptop. And that's what I need to go in and change to do that. And that's what I think there's a lot of stuff in them settings as well that's actually holding back what I'm sort of trying to do, if you like. But it's even like with this, like you've got your your pre-screens, like your stream's about to start, or that kind of thing. I tried that once, and when I did that, it stuck on the screen for what you guys would see, if that makes sense. Like I can't, it won't swipe into the game. And if I do change anything like that within the game, I end up losing the game sound and having to restart everything again. So this is why I'm kind of trying to get it so that I've got like the laptop set up with an external mic and headset, so that I can use the phone, and then it's going through the laptop at the same time, so I can make any adjustments or or whatever with that. But that's what I'm saying. I'm struggling to find that shit on YouTube, because I'm assuming you do need to have some kind of cable coming out of the phone to the laptop, and to be able to have the external mic and headset plugged in at the same time, I would imagine. I wonder how Tarbo's getting on. He was playing with some sweaty dudes. Was it yesterday or the day before? But I will say, I get more people subscribing through the IRLs than I do the actual fucking gameplay, which is bizarre at times, especially when I'm having a good night. Do get a lot of newcomers coming through. But I think I got last week. I think I got about 3. Is it 2? Yeah, I think I got about 3 or 4 new subscribers, and I hadn't even posted or put any content out. So people must obviously be liking some of the stuff that I've put up there. Your first mission would be to get a computer. Yeah, because I was looking, because obviously because I've been with, like, I've got a good relationship with EE, who my services with. I can get a lot of stuff from the shop from them, and I was actually thinking about getting the, like, I know that you can't do that now, but at the time, because obviously you can get like the iPads with the keyboards and stuff, and they were basically, I spoke to my boss, and because he's got the latest iPad, and he was saying, no, he says basically your iPad is just a big fucking iPhone. But you've got your keyboard and you can do certain stuff with it. But he says, but then I found out if you want to do like your YouTube account and settings and stuff, text and stuff while you stream on your phone. Yeah, that's kind of it. But like I say, I want to be able to, while I'm streaming, when I've got people coming in and doing stuff, I want to be able to sort of promote, UOD and Smurder, definitely, you know what I mean? You two definitely are kind of like the main of it, and Tarbo, like I was saying, like that inner circle of the bigger circle of who I directly sort of have a connection with, you know, and promote you guys as well. Like I say, at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about you a lot as well. And then, Smurder turned up 'cause he just woke up, which was bloody strange because normally it's the other way around. Normally I'm waking up in the morning before work and he's streaming. So for him to get up and, drop into me streaming, it's quite strange. Weird how things turn around. You don't need an expensive one, just a computer to view. Yeah, I'm not going to pay out fucking fortunes for a fucking laptop, but we me and Mrs. Viking, we kind of, well, this is what you can do right now. Get timers. Timers. Yeah, me and Mrs. VK, we've been talking about getting a laptop for us. Like the kids are going to need one when they go back to school, but we've kind of got that sorted already for what they need. But we want one obviously for the household, so we can, do calculations and stuff like that for the bills and, put photographs into it and all that kind of shit. But also so that I can do stuff with me channel kind of thing. Look up a video for timers on YouTube. Right, yeah, I'll check that out. I'll check that out in a bit. But like I say, there's half of this stuff on here now. Like for instance, like obviously that's a mic mute. That's for that'll kill the video feed. Be right back. I know what that does. But like at the bottom of the screen, you've obviously got the forwarding arrow to promote something. But I'm always a bit worried about if I press something and the whole thing goes down and I can't get it back. I'm like, fuck. For now, you can put commands for people's links. Yeah, that's what I need to learn how to do. These are the bits where I say I'm not tech savvy. Do you know what I mean? But I haven't got like I tried getting that Botrix thing that people use Smurder put me onto as well, but he kept trying to charge me for stuff, and you need to pay for this to initially get this done, that done. But yeah, it's free for everybody else, and I don't know, maybe I was doing something wrong. Yeah, well, definitely. Just for stuff like important stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? So that, like I say, I can promote you guys as well, which I generally try and do while I'm in the stream at the time. Like I say, there's nothing more I love doing than fucking putting people in a fucking time out. If like Lexi was on earlier, and I was only joking. I did put him in a 10-second timeout, but I was only joking because he kept spamming stuff. And I was I'm just at home doing fuck all. Right. I'll have a look at that when I get off. Timers. Interesting. I wonder where Smurder's gone. I wonder where Smurder's gone. I know he said he was having to. I think I was having to take one of his kids for we were getting braces or something. I wonder if he's disappeared off to the doctors now. But yeah, it's time. Time is just shit. The world gets more expensive every year, and you know the crack. You know the crack. Every year you've got to work fucking 5 times as hard just to fucking break even. So it doesn't leave a lot of time for anything. But this, I don't want to look back and say, oh yeah, I got ill, that was great, I was able to fucking stream, do you know what I mean? But yeah, like I say, it's normally stuff would be a bit more interesting than fucking me just sat on my sofa. Like I was saying before as well, before you lot turned in, I got Mrs. Viking had got me that little engraving machine, USB, it charges up. And it comes with all these different heads, so you can actually fucking engrave on like rocks and glass and stuff like that. So I'm gonna kind of have a play with that and see how messy it gets. If I can do it indoors, I'll do it indoors. You know, just engraving shit on things. Because like I say, a lot of people I see. Have you seen these streams with? Right, okay. I don't want that to disappear. Fucking hell. HTTPS. Nightbot.tv timers. Right. I shall take a look at that. Nightbot timers. So do they just come up automatically, or have you got to kind of hit the command for that to appear on your screen? Put my glasses on, my fucking eyes are getting boggled again. Because I was flicking through shorts before, and there was this, there's a couple of people who do it. Like they've literally got the camera set up, pointing down at a table. They've got a piece of paper, and they've got like between 5 and 1,000 people in the stream watching it, right? And all they're doing literally is just literally writing the people's names in the chat on the piece of paper. That's all they're doing. Unbelievable. But it's one of them. You kind of. You don't flick past it. You actually sit and watch them fucking write people's names on a bit of paper. But I suppose that's the beauty with the laptop situ side of things as well, though, because you'll be watching other people's streams at the same time all day, I'm sure. You know, whilst you're doing your warming your thumbs up. Once you have this, you go in and put the info in for what you want. You create commands, or you put in the link you want. All right, okay, got it. So yeah, I have no problems finding these sites and stuff. Right, okay. Yeah, I have no problems finding them. Like I found the Botrix one, and I tried loads of different ways, but it was always like it would say, right, this you need to pay this for your initial that and the other, but everyone's saying no, it's supposed to be free. It's supposed to be free. I don't know. Maybe it's an iPhone thing. I couldn't say. But yeah, it'd be good to. There's just a couple of things that I want to change just for the whole streaming experience, and that with the laptop setup and the external mic and play, because I would actually like to have it where, because I know on I can actually have the as one of the overlays on my stream picture is obviously you can actually have a camera of yourself so they can actually see you while you're streaming. But the problem with that being is obviously I'm playing like this. My fucking hands are over the camera, so you wouldn't actually fucking see anything anyway. But and again, it's a learning curve. I'm still, you can actually, once you've set your pictures up in the stream thing, you can actually lock them in so that you don't accidentally move them, you know, stuff like that. But I'm trying to get it, so that's why I don't use it. Yeah, yeah. But this is what I'm saying. So I'm trying to get it so that I can actually, so where you see my Viking stuff on the screen and the skulls and all that sort of shit, I'm trying to get it so that can be saved and I can actually create other ones as well. You know, so if I was going to do a vertical stream, it's got certain stuff set out already, but I don't know. I can't. As soon as I replace them, they're just gone. So yeah, struggling on a little bit with that at the minute. It's probably something so simple. It's probably something so fucking simple that I'm not pressing or not doing to change all that. Yeah, I've got to say, Adapt to Change was on earlier because I was looking through stuff to watch, you know, because while I'm off and that, and he'd mentioned about this one called The Rookie. Right. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of those. Them Yeti Blue mics. They're supposed to be really good. Yo, Smurder, my camel, are you still here, brother? I watched a couple of films the other night. There was one called Lou, and there was one called Nonas. You know, the Nonas was it was based on a real story. It was based on a true life story about a guy who wanted to open an Italian restaurant with real Italian grandmothers that used to be like home cooked food and stuff like that. It was fucking amazing film, really good. Gets you in the feels at the end, like. But and the other one was Lou. It was about a woman who was a CIA agent who was on undercover looking at, you know. And they said I mentioned it in stream the other night, and I think Miss Night Owl had said she was gonna. They were actually gonna watch the film Lou. I think it was. I just wanted to know what they thought of it. Yeah, there's 3 other people here. Come on in, guys. This is don't be afraid to ask a question. Ask away. Ask anything you want. This is an out of the blue stream. This isn't when I would normally stream, but I'm off ill and I thought I'd see what's going on in the world. And, you know, Brother Roddy's here. If you're big into gaming, guy, you don't have to come in. If you just sat watching, drop a like. You know, I'm trying to get the subscriptions up just so people can see they've got somewhere to come and have a chat and talk real. You know what I mean? No bullshit. You know, a spade's a spade. That's the motto. A spade's a fucking spade. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? But if you are big into gaming, you know, and you don't want to come in and chat, and, you know, that's absolutely fine. Appreciate you being here. But you will go and check out your Old Dirty stream if you are into gaming. Woo Old Dirty. Check him out. Streams every day of the week. Never used to do a Sunday. Kind of gone back on that one and started streaming Sundays. But again, it is what it is. The guy wants to stream. So yeah, check him out. Well worth a watch. Yeah, I the only reason I ask about how many people are in, because obviously it's showing me 4 people are watching right now. With thank you, by the way, for watching. Appreciate it. But I've been on before, and I'm kind of like, you know, OD, you know how we roll, brother. Huh? We all family here. Share and grow together. That is the motto. That is the key. You know what I mean? We all need each other. We need people to watch, and we need, you know, we do it for the greater good. But yeah, there's times I've done IRLs before, and I thought, oh god, it's quiet tonight, and Smurder might have been in, and he's gone, no, there's fucking 19 people in here, and I'm like, I'm only showing 4 people. So yeah, I'm only curious to know because obviously YouTube, as you know, dick around quite a bit, here and there at times. But yeah, like I say, looking forward to the Halloween months coming up because there's going to be plenty of footage for that because we love Halloween. We absolutely love Halloween. Like I say, I tell you what, I'll give you a quick. I'm gonna take it out of here a sec. Oh, that's been in there some time. You can see there, if you think, this is, you can see we have on the regular, we've got like, skulls and all that kind of get up. That's my glasses stand. I don't know if you can see that there. See that half skull head? My glasses actually sit on the nose piece like it's his eyes. Mrs. VK got those for us. There's one over there for her as well. And obviously behind us you can see we've got all the bats and the models and stuff. The Reapers sat on the edge of the shelf. But yeah, there's with the Halloween coming up and things like that. Right, let's try and get this back in there now. Yeah, well, there'll be some events. Like I say, I think in Whitby they've got the Goth Weekend in October. Yeah, Halloween every month here, my brother. But yeah, October there's the Gothic Festival in Whitby. I think we're gonna go down to and we're gonna live stream some bits and pieces down there, and it's not like the stereotypical goth what you would expect. It's like Dracula stuff, and it's everything to do with it. It's like a 4-day thing. But yeah, we've got loads of new. Brother Tactical, welcome, man, welcome. Have you just woken up? But yeah, we've got a few bits and pieces coming up that I'm gonna hopefully live stream. I'm just trying to find a decent, one of them MagSafe packs that you put on the back. 6 a.m. Yeesh, coffee time. But yeah, I've got hold on a sec. There we go. We'll change that up a bit. 9 a.m. Don't drink coffee anymore. Yeah, I've kind of given up the. I have it every now and then. To be fair, I'm not really big on coffee as I used to. I might get one while I'm out and about. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, tea mostly, and I'm actually as part of the detoxing and the getting healthy thing. I'm actually going a bit decaf at the minute, which I've had my hand forced by Mrs. Viking. But to be fair, you can't really taste the difference. It's not actually as bad. No, brother Tactical, it should have been fucking done many moons ago. Like I say, the time zone differences and when we're streaming and stuff, because obviously with the times you've dropped into my streams regularly, I'm normally playing fucking Call of Duty, or now I'm getting into this Firelight 84. It's fucking brilliant from the one game that I've played. But yeah, it's normally Call of Duty, and I can't do the mod adding whilst I can only do that here basically, direct through YouTube kind of thing. So yeah. That's the other reason why I'm, as we were saying, I was a bad energy drink and she was drinking 2 Do you know what, saying that, Tack, right? I'm not just saying this, right? When I was a taxi driver, when I first met Mrs. VK, I was on that shit all the time. Monster, Red Bull, even the cheap ones, like, because I used to drive I was fully booked before the weekend even got to us, right? By Tuesday night, I was booked for the weekend ahead. So Thursday, I'd start at say 9 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't stop till 6, 7 o'clock Sunday night. So I'd run right through the weekend, fully booked. And I used to go to Lidl's, and they used to, back then, you know, you get a 24 crate of cheap energy drinks for about £6. And I get 3 of them crates, yeah, in the back of the taxi for, you know, times I felt tired. I drank that much of it, I'm not kidding. I ended up with fucking heart murmurs and fucking all sorts. I stopped drinking them. Like I say, when it was just again another wake up call in life. But yeah, so I haven't drank energy drinks for fucking God knows how many years now. But yeah, I'm even on like even my tea. You know, my cups of tea, I'm on decaf. But like I say, with this whole vertigo thing that's going on at the minute with my head, and honestly, um, we've just been talking about it. You know, enough's enough. You know, the health side of thing is now full throttle. It's kind of like a big thing now. It's not going too OTT. Do you know what I mean? It's just getting things back to a normal keel at the minute. But then when it does, you know, we are both going on like a health journey of, you know, getting out more, walking, and, you know, back into fitness. I mean, I could send you photographs. You'd be fucking shocked, and I'm not just saying that. If you saw my last before and after transformation, you'd be fucking shocked at the difference. From what I was and what, you know, what I got to, and, you know, where I'm at the minute. I'm kind of in between where I was and what I got to. For instance, like I say, I was never a runner. This body was never built for running unless being chased. And you've seen the size of me. I ain't getting fucking chased very often. Do you know what I mean? But I got into running, and I shocked myself. You know, I was running 2 or 3 miles without even breaking a sweat. It was bizarre. Yeah, well, the thing was, I gave up that first one because of the job. Because and I used to enjoy it. Trust me, I'm so jealous of OD when I hear that fucking click. Trust me, but oh, my camel, there you are. No, I was saying, because obviously you had one of you had one of your children was getting braces. You know, I thought maybe she disappeared off to go and get that done or something. But yeah, I'm kind of just from where I was to where I got to my maximum effort. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle at the minute, but not on the fitness side of things. So, you know, I did the running to try and see what I was capable of doing, and, you know, I did. I got good at it, and I was running for miles without even breaking a sweat. But the THC thing, I kind of gave that up. Well, brother Shark, how are you, mate? How are you, brother? Yeah, I gave that. I had to give that up because obviously in the UK it's a bit different. And not only that, within construction and me working at height, we were getting tested a lot. And if you get, obviously, you know, I can tell my employer, they knew it wasn't a problem. But it's the thing of, if I get kicked off that site for failing a test, I cannot go back onto any site with that company. Back then was for a 12-month period. Nowadays, same companies are, once you are kicked off site for failing that kind of test, you're off for life. That's it. You know what I mean? And they are big contractors, which we can't afford to lose. And with the driving side of things as well, didn't do it in like when I was driving or when I was working. It was an after work. It was a nighttime thing, so it was recreational. But if you got pulled over for any reason by the fucking 5-0, and they tested you, you could lose your license, or that you were getting massive points charges onto your fucking license, and it's something I didn't want to risk, so that's why I stopped that. But I did enjoy it. There was no worse, no better than getting home on a night time and just fucking boof. Oh yeah, do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's the little things, like I say, I'm changing at the minute. To try and be around for the kids, and not just the kids, for their kids, so for the grandkids. Do you know what I mean? So when the grandkids come along, and, you know, they sort of 18, and, you know, I can, you know, we go for a beer or something. It's like, here, sit down, kid. I've got some stories about your old man you're gonna want to fucking hear. I want to be around for that shit. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be a distant memory when they're just coming into the prime of their lives. So it's again, like I said, I've already sort of said it, at the beginning of the stream, when, earlier on when you guys weren't here, because obviously you were fucking asleep. It's, I've been ill twice this year already, and that is never happened to me before. Do you know what I mean? I don't get ill. I don't get ill. I work through the snow. I work through everything. But like I say, the injuries and that have gone on this year, like I say, with my shoulder, now I'm getting fucking vertigo because of stress. And the more you read into this stuff about even the smallest amount of stress on the regular of the illnesses that it can cause, the aftermath just isn't fucking worth it, guys. It's not. And like I say, I'm not going to be teaching people to suck eggs. Your lives are your own and this, that and the other. But, like I was saying before, women will like, oh, do you fancy meeting up for a coffee? And, I could really do with a chat and this, that and the other. And for a woman, that's absolutely fine. But in retrospect, for a man, it's that stereotypical thing of, we're fucking invincible. We don't talk about our problems. Guys, we don't live in that fucking era anymore. We don't live in that fucking day and age anymore. We don't. Do you know what I mean? I'm at an age now, I'd be like, fucking, if any one of you guys was UK fucking best, I'd be like, look, tack, fish, OD, I'm fucking, you're 5 hours away, but do you know what, this weekend, guys, I'm coming down. Do you fancy a fucking catch up and a chat? Do you get where I'm coming from? We're not that fucking caveman, stereotypical fucking hard man no fucking more. Like we were saying earlier, OD was here for it, it's Smurder. For you guys, that have just come in, tack, fish and shack, what fucking harm is it? I mean, is it going to make it any less of a fucking man to fucking message me? Yeah, Kev, you were talking about this last week. Have you got 5 minutes? That is exactly fucking nail on the head right there as well, Smurder. I go to the doctor's now, right? I walked into that fucking room. The guy looks fucking 12 years old. Do you know what I mean? I have a great faith at the minute, and I have for some time now. You know what I mean? I believe I can come to any one of you guys now and say, look, fucking I'm struggling here a bit, mate. I don't need advice. I just need someone to fucking talk to. I'm fucking 100% sure that each one of you would give me the fucking time of day. I'm sure of it. Yeah, and and the point of the matter is, it's that fucking simple. Do you know what I mean? It's that fucking simple. No, not all doctors are weird, but the ones that you don't need to be weird and the ones that you actually need are never within fucking reach of fucking grasp of fucking getting to speak to them. Yeah, exactly. But like for instance, with our doctor's surgery where we are, right, they have such a high number turnover of doctors. It's not like it used to be in our younger day where the doctors were always there and they grew up with you through your lifetime. The problem with doctors nowadays is like they have to have, and you probably know this. Again, I'm not trying to teach you to suck eggs, guys. I'm just fucking talking here. They have to have experience of working in the GPs, going on to their bigger goals and targets of doctoring or whatever it is that they're fucking doing. So they might only be here for a short period of time. And you might get that one person that, yeah, that's what you've just been saying there. Not all doctors are fucking weird and this and the other. But for the time period that they're there, you might get to see them once and you think, great, I finally found a doctor that understands and is good. And the next time you go back, they're not fucking there because they've moved on. And that's the problem that we have with our surgeries. There's such a high turnover of doctors. There's never one person there long enough to understand your previous sort of records. Do you know what I mean? So again, that's just another side of things as to why it makes it a bit more difficult for you, for instance. It's like when I take my kids are asthmatic. When I've had to take them down the doctors in the past because of this high turnover, the previous doctor would know that when my son's ill, for instance, and with his asthma, he's got when he gets a cold, say in the winter, and we take him down there, it's not just a case of more steroids or a nebulizer. He has to have steroid tablets to speed the process up, start of the medication he's already on, to enable him to get better quicker. But the times that we've gone down there, And well, what we're gonna do is we'll just have some more puffs of your inhaler, and we'll see how it. And it's like, no, fuck, no, I'm gonna stop you right there now. Look on his fucking records. Look at the times he's had these same symptoms. He's got a cold. Look at the course of antibiotics. It's steroids, antibiotic. Do you know what I mean? And you're actually having to tell the doctor how to treat your child. But where that's concerned, you know as a parent what your fucking child needs, and you're not leaving till you get that treatment because you know it works. But unfortunately, we don't have doctors that stay long enough. For instance, like when I go back to the doctors, oh, fucking hell, Kev, we haven't seen you in fucking years. How has it been since the last time when you had this? And well, actually, it's the same thing again. And they'll know, do you get me? They'll know what to do. Like, for instance, with my shoulder, when I got to the point of, again, I don't do doctors, guys. I really fucking don't. And I'm not just saying that. I'm going to put that out there. I don't do hospitals. I don't do doctors. But when I injured my shoulder through work, I left it a week, and I thought it's just a strain, because obviously working in the scaffolding industry, you get muscle aches and pains all the fucking time. So you kind of just keep it on the back burner. But it got to that point where I couldn't take it no more, and I said to Sal, Mrs. Viking, I'm going to fucking A&E. And this was a Sunday. I said, I'm going to the fucking A&E, and she was like, fuck, this is serious. I got to the A&E department where you go and register to see the doctor. I wasn't even on the fucking system. I didn't even exist. It had been that long since I'd been to a hospital. I wasn't even on the system. So I had to re-register and all the rest of it. And that's why I say, you just don't put it off. Just go and see what needs fucking doing, and don't take no for an answer. Doctor said, oh, his mum was pregnant and sent her home and turned out she had cancer. Yeah, and but that's the experience that you're left with, and that's you can sort of see why you are dubious about going back again with things, because you're going to be met with the same dumb fuckery. Mrs. VK's mother had a similar issue, not pregnancy wise, but through being ill, got sent home with a fucking cold, and just fucking take some paracetamol. Do you know what I mean? She ended up fucking it was pneumonia. And God rest her fucking soul, that could have been avoided for a few more years, if you get what I mean. But that's something else. But you can only go off your experiences of what you've already been through, and 9 times out of 10, it's not always the fucking best. But the main side of things, like I say, is dudes. Do like the lady. Go to the fucking doctors, speak up, talk about shit. Do you know what I mean? If you get a fucking abnormality somewhere, don't be fucking embarrassed. It could be deadly. Sort it out. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's a shit fucking deal, brother. That is a real fucking shit deal. Like I say, nothing obviously can change that. And nothing obviously anyone can say is going to make that any fucking better. But it is. It's, again, another fucking situation of what the fuck. Do you know what I mean? It's absolute fucking cock. Oh, yes. Well, it is rubbish. It is. It's crap. We can only do what we can fucking do, but it for certain things, I will say then, in which case, for certain things, it's definitely worth fucking talking about it. Like I say, I just, in general, I've never liked doctors, and that could stem from childhood surgeries that I've had, and other stuff, and just the general, you know what to expect before you even fucking get there. Do you know what I mean? You go to the doctors nowadays, and like I say, I don't know how your guys' doctors work, but we can make an appointment for something and go and see a doctor that's about an existing constant, if you like. Do you know what I mean? But if I woke up and I was in a real bad way but didn't require a 999, which is our emergency services, it would be like, right, I'm going to have to go to the doctors. Certain days of the week, you've just literally got to go down there, register, at 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30, and sit and wait. You know, you could be there 4 hours before you get to see a fucking doctor. And most of the time you come away, you've probably fucking contracted more than you actually fucking went in with. So yeah, it's shit. But I did generally put it down to the fact that the job that I work in construction, that I'm outside in all weathers all the time, is mostly the reason why I don't get ill. Because I'm in all climates. I'm in colds, I'm in hot, I'm always in fresh air, and I do believe that's why, for a lot of years I haven't got ill. But I think now with that I'm getting older, like I say, I'm 42. I'm not over the hill, but like I said to you before, the ailments, the physical deterioration is starting to take effect a bit more. And as much as I don't want to fucking, admit defeat and sort of say, right, fucking, that's it. I've got to start taking precautionary measures now a bit more seriously into what I'm doing, so that shit doesn't happen. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, definitely the health side of things. Once this is cleared up and once this is sorted out, me and Mrs. VK, we fucking getting on it like. Yeah, I get that, my camel. I get that. You know what I mean? It's like I say, fucking people need to start. People need to talk more. It's talk about what you're comfortable talking about. That's all that you ever fucking can do. But I think if you've got something that's like physically gonna fuck you up in 5 years' time if you don't get it sort of dealt with now, that's only a small issue. You've got to sort it out. You've got to do it. Every year now I go to the doctor. I will be going to the. I go to the doctors every year to get everything checked out. They seem to go 2 knuckles deep now. I think they must think I enjoy it. I don't know. But yeah, get that shit checked out. The main things of what are the general problems in the male anatomy. I think you've got to be first and foremost on a yearly basis. You've got to get it done. It's fucking 5 minutes of pleasure and then you're done for another year. Do you know what I mean? Like I say, we've all got families. We all want to be around for them. The other side of thing, you've got to remember, guys, we don't want to be fucking decrepit, sat in a bed drooling and fucking, can't move and putting that stress onto our families. Oh, fucking hell. I thought that'd bring a giggle. We're all different. Come on. Yeah, we don't hold grudges here, guys. Each to our own. But yeah, fucking hell. Nah, I'm taking shit a bit more seriously now, just where certain stuff's concerned, because like I say, it's just another one of life's wake up calls. Do you know what I mean? And if you're starting to get them on the frequent, then you're doing something fucking wrong. Like I say, I don't want to be doing the job I'm doing for the next 5 years. Never mind the next 10 years. I haven't got the strength in me. Do you know what I mean? I can do the job out of muscle memory and stuff like that, but as each year goes past, I don't want to be doing it. I want to be sort of getting into like you said, Smurder earlier, the shot calling. I want to be higher up the chain. I want to be doing something where I always said to Mrs. Viking, I'd love to be an instructor of some description. Like you go to these courses and you get, to become an instructor. I think I'd be good at doing something like that, where I'm teaching people how to do something, and obviously construction has been a big part of my life in the job that I'm doing, and I think somewhere along the lines of that, I'd rather lose £100 a month, but I'm doing something where my feet are on the ground. And it's not ideal. I'd like to be doing it for more money. But I'd like to be doing something where my feet are on the ground all the time and I'm, interacting with people and teaching them the right ways of doing the fucking jobs, as opposed to the fucking cowboy ways that some seem to fucking do. I got a lot of these courses, and if you've been on them yourself before, there's people on the courses that shouldn't be passing that fucking course. Do you know what I mean? And unfortunately, I would be that guy that would say, look, sorry, mate, you're in a fucking timeout till you can come back and prove that you can do the fucking job. That would be, because that's what I believe. I believe that to be right. But it's just getting that opportunity, that one opportunity. Like I say, I've got a couple of contacts within the construction industry that I'm kind of in cahoots with. When it comes around, it'll come around. But it's yeah. In the next 5 to 10 years, I'm hoping to be doing something like that, something amongst the office side of things. But like I say, within my firm at the minute, that isn't an option, and I don't believe it ever will be. I think in your heart of hearts, when it's when the time comes, and for me, I think it's coming soon. Like I say, not just for health, it's for family benefit as well, more than anything. Yeah, you've just got to be careful that yearly check of pleasure can't turn into a monthly thing, or they start getting suspicious. Do you get what I mean? But yeah, look after yourselves, guys. Do you know what I mean? Say what you want to fucking say, keep what you want to fucking keep. But if you need to go to the fucking doctors, go to the fucking doctors. Yeah, just get yourself fucking checked out. You get that yearly check, just get it fucking done. It's like I say, it's 5 minutes of pleasure for a guaranteed another 10 years on top of your fucking life. Yeah, it's that's a biggie. That's a biggie. That, you know what I mean. See, when I gave up smoking, right? It took a couple of weeks, right? I tried the Champix tablets. They didn't work. They gave me fucking nightmares. They were fucking awful things. And I got a vape, and within the first week of vaping, I was still having the odd fags, the odd cigarettes every now and then. But then by the end of the second week, I was off the cigarettes, and it was like a great achievement because I'd smoked from a very, very young age. And you see these things, these are harder to give up than the cigarettes. It is ridiculous. Because I don't just use it like you should when like when you used to smoke, like you go to work, you have a cigarette before you start work, and then in break time you might have one, again, go back to work, dinner time, you'd have one after your dinner, then, coming home, you'd have one driving or whatever. This is just never out of my fucking hand, and it is such a bad habit. It is such a bad habit. I actually had someone on one of my streams a while ago, is it worth starting vaping? And I was like, well, if you don't smoke or you don't vape anyway, why would you want to start vaping? These were literally brought out, to help people, as something else other than smoking. And then, for some fucking absurd reason, they just went fucking global overnight, and everyone was just like, hey, let's fucking have a go. The flavours are amazing on some of them. They really are. Like, I've got fizzy cherry in this, and it's fucking brilliant. But yeah, the smoking side, the vaping side of thing, I am again, is on the list of things to pack in. Do you know what I mean? But again, it's hard. Do you know what I mean? Like they say, you need to stop smoking, don't drink, don't this. But when the few pleasures in life, and I know it sounds daft, vaping, but at one point it was smoking, and I used to love nothing more, especially at Christmas. I'd be outside with a bourbon, I'd have Chris Stapleton playing in the background and a fucking nice fucking cigar, just fire pit on in the garden. It was brilliant. I used to love that. But then, it gets to a point like, you can't drink, you can't vape, you can't smoke, you can't do this. Now, I'm not saying my life is boring by any fucking means, but in one fucking fell swoop, guys, it's like, it's all the things that you relax with and that you love doing. You got to stop, and it's like, fucking hell, just kill me now. Do you know what I mean? So it is, but it's more that when you're being told you have to because of your health, not just doing it off your own back. Do you know what I mean? This is why it's like, got to take care of yourself. And it is on the list. It is on the list to go. Believe me. Because I've even tried, we're going down the nicotine levels, and then even trying to get nicotine-free juices just to wean the body off it. So all you're basically doing is vaping flavoured fucking vape with no nicotine in it. And then eventually, stop altogether. Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. Because the other thing I also did as well. Because normally I'd have it on charge. I have it on charge in the van when I'm at work and stuff like that. But I also tried to do. It didn't work out very well, but tried to use it through the day and through the evening, so that when I went to bed it was dead. So that on a morning I couldn't use it, and the only time I could use it is obviously once I got to the van, I'd plug it in, and then I'd have to wait for it to charge. So there was all that time frame that I wasn't using it in the hope that even when it was charged, I wouldn't use it as much. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I get what you mean. When the thing is, like I say, when I've run out of juice or I've got no fucking um, no pods for the top or something, it's kind of oh fuck shit. Where's the nearest place? And that's what I don't want. And that's why we gave up on the cigarettes, because I don't want to be reliant on something. Do you know what I mean? Like, Mrs. VK sometimes goes out with the girls, and if she's driving, she won't be drinking, that's a rarity when that happens. But to be around on a night out with people that are all absolutely monged and mortaled and drunk, having a good time, for you to be sober, yourself, you've been around it, I'm sure, at some point. Even with people when they're drunk and you're not, they're fucking hard work. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's just finding a happy medium, I think. Yeah, it is, and you look at there's these people that go through life that there's a guy that I watched on a video not so long ago, because we'd been watching stuff on climbing Mount Everest and all that kind of shit, and then you see these old people they go up there as well, and it's like fuck me, these old people that live to 106 that have smoked their entire lives and never get any problems, and you get these people that are go back to the COVID time when COVID first came out. That first girl that fucking died, she was a university student, I think was she? Or she was like really, really intellectual. She was into all fitness and sport. She didn't smoke and she never drank. And it killed her. Do you know what I mean? And it's like these people, these bodybuilders, I mean, they do put some shit into the systems, like, but generally speaking, these people that are too fit, and now it's now being shown around that they're dying as well because they're too fit. Um, yeah, but like I say, it was. I mean, it was. I don't know. It's just finding the happy medium. Like I say, when I was doing the fitness thing, and I was running all the time, and I was gymming it up 6 days a week, and Mrs. VK was the same. Do you know what I mean? We were doing it together. Like, I'd come home from work, and go straight out for a run. I'd come home, and then Mrs. VK go out, because obviously the kids were younger then, so we having a sort of tag team a little bit, and we had a house with a garage on the side, and I had all soft mat flooring inside this garage, and we had every bit of weight equipment, training, machines that all second hand. We had free weights, we had the bikes, we had the multi gyms, we had the running machine, and stuff like that. So sometimes when the weather was really bad, I mean, there was times in the winter, I used to go out running around the field behind our house. I'd come home and I'd have icicles on my fucking eyelashes and eyebrows. Um, and it was a good time, and even then when you're at your fittest, and it was great. You did still miss the naughty things, like the odd cigarette, or going out for getting drunk and stuff like that. Creating a monster. But yeah, no, I do miss the smoke, that side of things. And do you know what? Fucking hell, things didn't bother us as much then because of that as well, which was obviously another help at certain times. Um, like I say, one of the things that I used to munch on, you'd think I'd be like 150 stone or something, but it wasn't. I do miss it sometimes. Like I say, get that head change, and when you get the munchies, Mars bars and crisps. Do you know what I mean? It was like fucking. They just create this chewable something in your mouth that you could just sit and juice up for about fucking 20 minutes. It was great. Skittles. Skittles were another one of my favourites. I used to get a bag of Skittles, right? You know, the big share bags, but I wouldn't share them. I'd just keep them to myself. And I'd literally just pour a mouthful in to the point I couldn't open my mouth. And I'd sit there and I'd chew and I'd chew and I'd chew and I'd chew. My mouth's fucking juicing thinking about it. But you know, when you get that jaw ache from chewing, I used to love that. I don't know why. It's just one of them freakishly things. I used to love it. But yeah, Skittles were always one of my favourites. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. But the mental benefits side of that was so much better. I was in so much. I do believe it was, you know, because I think I tolerated, I had a bit higher tolerance levels back then with that as well. You know, some shit you'd be like, ah, fucking whatever. Not just when you were on it, it was even when you were clear headed as well. It was kind of like, you know, you just, ah, fuck it. Tis what it is, you know the crack, guys. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things, like I say, a lot of things I need to change as I'm getting older. A lot of things I haven't got the tolerance and patience for. You know, my patience for fucking dumb fuckery and, you know, tomfoolery is just very teeny weeny. But yeah, that's basically what that shit's about, and you know, go back up here a sec. Just need to check something. Yeah, see that. I see how the whole thing when I was a smoker as well. I didn't have straights. We call them straight. You know, like normal ones. You've been here this whole time and not paying attention. What? I don't know how to feel right now. But yeah, when I was a smoker, I call them straights. You know, like the normal boxes of cigarettes you'd buy. I used to have rolling tobacco, so I used to roll my own. And back then, you know, when Mrs. VK was a smoker, I used to roll hers as well. So I'd be sat up rolling hers on a night time for the following day, and you know, I'd just do mine throughout the day. But even that, I used to love rolling my own. It was brilliant. I loved it. Okay, that's fine. I was going to say that conversation was about to take a turn. I'm joking. You won't fucking miss out on your fucking tail. Yeah, back on day shifts. Back on daytimers. No, he wasn't one of the lurkers. No, Miss Audi was just there, but just not paying attention to the Viking. There you go. He's off. Fucking hell, I put them on. My fucking eyes blur. Take them off. My eyes blur. I do need to book back into the opticians. Go and get another eye test. Cause like I say, because I've been having the messages on my chat when I'm gaming on a Thursday and a Friday up on the TV, so I can concentrate doing what I'm doing. Like I'm looking at the TV, then when I can see fine, but then when I come back to the phone, I'm like, And then when I started wearing glasses properly, when I was doing it, I was still squinting through the glasses. So obviously, I think my prescription has changed for my eyes. So I'm gonna have to go back and Jesus fucking wept. Fucking grow potatoes in them cunts. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It doesn't matter as long as I'm live and kicking in the Smurder household. I'm happy. So you can hear the voice in one area and see the mouth going. I get it. But yeah, like I say, there's a few things I want to get changed, but I'm gonna need a laptop to do that. I'm actually taking a look at the one we've got. We do have the one we've got. Is screen's kind of damaged a little bit because the boys had taken it upstairs, and between the mattress and the divan of the bed, they've got a gap, and they were told not to leave it in there. And I think what they've done is they've not listened, and they've cracked the screen on the fucking laptop. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, someone say roll. Nice. I like it. I like it. But yeah, it's actually quite me. I was looking at my beard before, and the way my beard style down here with the grey and stuff actually looks like Willow's head, our hamster. Yeah, I was. What were we doing the other night? That short that I put up of Willow when she was in a ball rolling around there. I thought, yeah, I'll put the gladiators part of it over there. That was our. We were actually howling at that because obviously she could come alive at night time. So when she got in that ball, you sat watching TV, and literally she's just rolling around the fucking living room and the hallway and the kitchen. Because before she couldn't get, between rooms you got the little door lip, like the separator, the divider thing. She couldn't figure out like getting over that. But you see, once she'd figured that out, it was just a bump, and there's no stopping her now. She comes booming in across the hallway, over the lips of the carpet, from the hardwood floor into the bloody. Yeah, trying to do something. What it is at the minute. I'm doing a number of different things. Like I'm trying to see from what hashtags I'm putting in from where, because you'll notice some of them have only got like 500 views on them, or some have got like 1,000 views on, and then obviously the one I did of Rue when he was with his girlfriend at Whitby, that got over 6,500 views. Do you know what I mean? And and I kid you not, right? That was overnight. We went to bed, it had about 1,000 on it, and I only put the video up like an hour or so before we went to bed. And then in the morning when I looked, I was like, what the fuck is that? 6,500 views. I was like, fucking get on. So I've kind of been experimenting with what hashtags and where I'm putting the hashtags, whether in the description, like the title, or in the description, to see what's getting the most hits and what people are actually viewing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, but this is what I was saying to you earlier, why I need the laptop, because in the dashboard settings for YouTube, in the advanced settings, you obviously have a basic set of hashtags where YouTube's going to try and put your content out to, and you can actually change them and put in what you actually want your content to be seen and where you want it to go. You can actually change them. And that's what I need to change, because right here, right now, I don't believe what I'm putting out is getting there eventually. So that's why sometimes you'll see some of, say, Willow or us on the beach, and I might have put hashtag CODM, hashtag gaming, because I know there is a lot of people out there within them niches that are looking at my stuff. Because of certain comments that have come back, and I know where it's coming from. So until I get the laptop shit sorted out and get them, they're the fine tuning bits that I was on about that I want to change, so that at least everything that I put out, I can put the hashtags in certain areas, and it's going to go where it needs to go, kind of thing. Yeah, yeah, and not just the ones that have maybe's got like 12 million videos. Yeah, great, but it's not for that. I kind of picked up on that in the beginning as well. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But yeah, even now when I'm doing like the lives with the gaming and stuff, like I haven't really done much with this today because I'm just like fucking my head's up my ass. Which makes a change from the doctor's finger. But when I do the gaming side of things now, I'm kind of hashtag live, hashtag COD hashtag COD mobile, putting the right things in there so that it gets to where it needs to be. But I'm not gonna. I'm not bigging myself up here, guys. Like I'm not just saying this, but like really, when you think about it, I've had my YouTube channel for years and done nothing with it, and obviously I've used it for watching stuff, and I've posted the odd video back in the day. But I've only really been sort of live streaming and doing this kind of thing for I'd say about 7, 8 months now. Ball pet animal UK. Yeah, that's what I've been picking up on. Yeah. But like I was saying, I've only really been doing this now for like the live side of things, and you know, after you guys rallied round and helped me get the subs sorted in the beginning, I've only been doing it about 8 months, 7, 8 months now. Which, given the fact the subs that I've got have a lot to do with you guys, and the odd few that I've picked up along the way, I don't think it's doing too badly, to be fair. So that's why I'm saying if I can just fine tune them few bits, I think it'll make all the fucking difference. But like I said, I just want the subs up, just so that you know yourself, when you see a channel with no subs, when you're scrolling and stuff, you maybe don't tend to stay often. But when you come across a channel that's got, you know, quite a lot of subscriptions to it, yeah, they're not doing too bad, the shorts. They're not. But like I said, recently I've got some that haven't got as many views on there is because I've done something differently, and I'm gonna openly admit I don't know what it is, but I've put something different where I maybe shouldn't have put it. And since doing that, they've not been getting as many likes, like many views on them. But but the thing is, I think I know what it is and where I've put, and I think it's to do with the hashtags and in the locations of where I've put them. But that, to a degree, was a bit of an experiment as well to see what was what. Yeah, I just, like I say, I also try and put my shorts up for things that are like you know, like the nostalgic ones, like the Baywatch ones, because there are viewers and people that are gonna know what that is, and when they hear the music, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, we're gonna see what's going on here. Like what you said, where you hear the Baywatch music, and like the first thing OD you said to me, you were thinking was, I hope there's a fucking slow mo version of this in this video somewhere. And then there was my tank ass running down the fucking beach, diving into the fucking water. Do you know what I mean? But it's that kind of thing that I'm trying to incorporate when I make these shorts. Like there's a bit of nostalgia in there with the music of a certain time period that is well known, and that by watching the first bit isn't actually the bit of what the video is about. It's about me running down the beach into the fucking water, but it's not straight away there, but it keeps you there because you think it's. Do you get where I'm going? That I try and keep a bit of a clue in amongst everything that's going on to till you get to the actual, you know, what it's about, and it does seem to be working. You know, just try and sort of keep it funny at the beginning as well. But I'm still learning how to crop stuff and put stuff into certain places. So that, like for instance, with the Gladiators one, I would have liked to have done it so that I can, because I don't know what I can use copyright wise for certain videos on YouTube. Yeah, so I can't go and pick up a video on YouTube. If it's a short, like what that Gladiators one was, I can remix it with the button and add that bit into it. But then what I would have liked to have done was basically have Willow stood in a ball still, then that video there of the Gladiators game starting and the cages rolling, and then Willow coming up to almost meet that ball where it knocks them off the thing. Do you know what I mean? So you kind of splicing and dicing and doing all that. But again, I'm still sort of learning what videos I can sort of take away from YouTube. You having my fucking pants down here, pal? And the only reason I'm looking is because fucking recently, and I'm not kidding you, the other day in the bedroom we had one, like to use it'd be nothing, but it was fucking enormous. It really fucking was. I went to hoover it up and it took the fucking hoover off me. I fucking chased me around the house with it. I'm not even kidding. This thing was massive. But we have had a lot of spiders in the house recently, like a lot of spiders. And fucking, are you making me fucking look? Where? Ain't no fucking spider there, but you're all having a good laugh at my expense, which I'm not bothered about because you fucker. The it's uplifting mental health spirit, isn't it? Oh, you say that. I've got a bit of an itch, but yeah. So that's that's the few changes that I'm trying to make at the minute where the channel's concerned. I don't want to sort of do too much of the same thing, but I like to incorporate stuff from previous and into the new, so it kind of all muddles together, if you like. But yeah, it's all right. It's not doing too bad. It's not doing too bad. But I'm not putting like a massive amount. I'm not like really pushing and pushing and pushing. If that makes any sense. Fucking love you, Camel. But yeah, I'm not really putting full-time effort into it, which I think if I did, it would probably grow bigger. But again, I ain't got the time to do that. I haven't. So this is why, like, the ones that I do make, I try and put maximum funny into it, and that's kind of the thing. But yeah, making me check for spiders that aren't fucking there. You watch one will walk past me in about fucking 2 minutes now. But yeah, we do have a thing for spiders at the minute in this house. Like I said, that one in the bedroom, it was like something off arachnophobia. It was fucking huge. And like it literally, I walked, and all joking aside now, guys, like, I took the end off the fucking Hoover and I walked towards it to pick it up, like suck it up with the Hoover. And as I walked towards it, it actually fucking, it's making me fucking shiver now. It actually ran at me as if to say, fuck you. Yeah, that ain't happening. Do you know what I mean? It was one of them kind of moments. What's going on with the TV now? Oh no, adverts. But yeah, that's fucking hell. Now I know you're listening. Did you, Owly? Did you watch, which film did you watch? Was it the Lou film? I love that film, Eight-Legged Freaks. I think I've actually still got a DVD copy somewhere. Yeah, did you watch that film Lou the other night? You said you were going to watch when I'd mentioned it. Oh, the Nona's one. What did you think? Like seriously, what did you think? If you thought it was shit, that's absolutely fine. I just want honest opinions. Like I say, I thought it was fucking brilliant. I was nearly got me in the feels at the end. But yeah, we like that film. That was a good one. But yeah, that other one, Lou, that's a bloody good film as well. Got a hella good twist at the end. Ah, cool. Appreciate it. I thought Miss Owley would like it. I don't think there was enough guns in it, personally speaking. True life story. Did you see the guy at the end though? Did you see there was a guy in the actual film where they were sat at the end round the table. They're all eating, having fun. It was like a guy with white hair, curly hair, and glasses. He's the actual owner of that restaurant, even to the day. He was an extra in the film. He was the actual guy that Vince was playing. Sorry, I just had a bit of wind. But yeah, no, guys, listen, I didn't expect half the people to turn up to. Fuck me. I didn't expect half the people to turn up today that did. So yeah, just want to say thanks very much and appreciate you dropping by for reals. Like I say, I didn't have high expectations because it was just an out of the ordinary stream because I'm off. But like I said, I'm going to try and do a stream on Thursday, a gaming stream, see how that goes, see if my eyes will let me do it. But yeah, I am going to have to say me tatas for now, guys, because Mrs. Viking will be coming out of work in about 3 minutes and on her way home. So I'll be looking forward to seeing her because I've missed her heaps. But yeah, I'll keep my eyes peeled for anybody's stream that's coming into it. I'm gonna have a look at that night. Was it Nightbot Timers? You said. Nightbot Timers. Okay, they're funny as fuck. I like super scary. I like haunting, but I like serial killer type shit. Yeah. I'll try and see if I can find some on my list, and yeah, I'm kind of like that shit. But yeah, I'm gonna have a look at that Nightbot time and see if I can get some of them little commands coming up on the screen, so I can start. Yeah, I'll definitely try and do that, brother. I'll definitely try and do that, and see, because obviously I want to start. I want to be able to, promote you guys as well. Smurder, Tactical, OD, Tarbo, everybody that we know, Defiant One, everybody. I want to try and get, sort of put on here. Here's an old one for you guys that I reckon you'll struggle to find if you can. But do you ever remember that one called Stripes? It was a guy out of Ghostbusters that played Egon, and the other guy out of Ghostbusters, I forget his fucking name now. They went and joined the army, and then they went on. They were like dumb as fuck, but they ended up somehow taking on this special military Russian mission. That's one of my all-time favorite films, Stripes. Other than Good Morning Vietnam. Yeah, it is. There it is. That was one of my favorites. But yeah, so I'm gonna try and get a laptop sorted out so that I can get these few changes made, and get some additional shit added on, and then also, so that I really want to be able to promote you guys within my stream as well for stuff that I do, even when we go away on occasions and live stream events and stuff, because like I say, the one I did of Richmond, where I live, when we had the parades coming through, I had nigh on I think 1,000 people through that stream that day, and if all your guys' stream names are dropping into messages and stuff like that, it's a big help for everybody. So yeah, remember what we talked about, guys: mental health, physical health. Talk your shit out. Go to the doctors if you need to go to the doctors. Yeah, I'm not being that fucking dick anymore. I'm getting shit sorted out, guys, for reals, because I want to be around for a fucking long time yet to come. Not just for you guys, but for my family, my grandkids, and fucking everything else in between. So yeah, guys, listen. Thanks very much for fucking dropping by. Honestly, it fucking brought my morale up. Something fucking chronic, I can't tell you. Even though I feel like this, it's made me feel better. Men taking care of men. Bosh. But yeah, so I'm gonna go because I'm gonna get my cups washed up and stuff and wait for Mrs. VK to return. My camel, I fucking love you. Odie, I love you. Owly, I love you. I fucking love all of you. And just for giving me the time of day. So I will catch up with you guys soon. Enjoy, you fucking wanker. You fucking love it. I fucking love it. But yeah, so have a great afternoon and whatever you're doing, and I'll talk to you soon. And hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be able to stream a couple of games on Thursday, see how we're doing. But I'm going to give it my all. So yeah, it's been an absolute blast and a pleasure as always, guys. And I look forward to it. So spread the name, because I'm spreading your name everywhere. All right, dudes. You take care. Much love.